Welcome, travelers. Welcome again. Welcome to another very, very awkward and very peculiar Bible study devotional that we're going to try to attempt to do to hopefully practice, maybe just practicing even to fish a little bit for the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ. And even if we fail, that's the weird thing about these streams. We can't edit these things out, so we just got to go with it. And it's kind of, I guess it does kind of make these things a little bit embarrassing, especially the Bible study yesterday. Sometimes I feel like, man, I probably shouldn't have picked those verses because those verses are just so challenging. And it's actually very, very challenging as thinking about it, because I was like, after that, I was like looking up like little Bible studies on it, and it seems a lot of people in our, I guess just maybe just the way that we live in technology at the moment, it is a very challenging those sets of verses for a lot of people, actually. So I'm glad that I wasn't the only one to think that those parts were very challenging. But yeah, that was a very, very, very hard Bible verse. And I also want to just say, I apologize to anybody if I am offending anybody, if the tonality of my words intimidates anybody. I'm not trying to do that. The thing is, I'm just kind of just practicing here, man. We just out here just practicing. Sometimes I even think about these Bible studies as I'm probably just failing over and over and over again. Just maybe it's like learning a flatland BMX line or something, where I basically just fail probably 80% of the time, but I land like one little thing, right? Maybe that's how the Bible studies are. And hopefully just being consistent, we can just learn more things. And at this point in the season I am in, I guess in the journey of the faith, is I actually really just find it very, it sounds strange, but I actually find it fun now to just think about combos and just think about, okay, well, this scripture's making me think of that scripture, and if you overhear a lot of believers and just kind of listen into how they bring up scriptures, and even if you hear a lot of pastors even just say a sermon and stuff, they're basically just comboing they're just doing a very, very long combo, but it seems like they're tying it in with something that's happened in the past, something that's occurring in the present, something that may be occurring in the future, or just maybe emotion that they're going through, or just some observations that are taking place. But so today we're going to get into somewhat of a simple topic. Hopefully this Bible, I'm thinking that this Bible study is going to be much easier compared to yesterday about trying to love our enemies and all the difficulties of what happens if technological advancements kind of speed things up to where maybe there's some instances where we can't love our enemies. It's actually a weird one. I've been like trying to type it in. I don't know if I'm just typing in the questions wrong. But I was like thinking about, okay, so I was like thinking about what are some ways we can maybe heal some people, right? And there are many proverbs that go into like healing people with our words. I also just kind of want to get into maybe the question of what even causes people to kill in the first place. Is it just because of, I don't really know. Is it just because of anger? Is it just because of maybe power struggles? Is it because of revenge, right? I guess it's a tale as somewhat old as time, right, itself, and it's just it's kind of strange to think about. But I would like to think, okay, so if there would be some ways to maybe love our enemies, well, I think a good way to try to love our enemies would try to promote some healing in some aspects. And I know in the scriptures, there's a lot of verses that go into the healing of our words, like our words that we use can bring healing, which I think this is actually another weird thing thinking about it. I'm going to put this down. I think, the other weird thing is I
man, these Bible studies are brutal for me. Actually, yesterday it was just brutal. Hopefully today I could just kind of wing this one a bit more. Yesterday's Bible study, there's just so many things. I just want to say there are so many variables on so many of these things, especially if you were to maybe go through a situation, and it's very weird to think at times. It's just very, very odd to think at times. So I was thinking today, I was like, okay, so if there would be something that we could, maybe something that's a little bit easier, is just, okay, well, we could think about our words. I think most people in today's age, we use words, right? Now, I've actually been noticing there's actually something that's been occurring. I don't know if you guys are, maybe it's just because what gets put on my feed on Instagram and stuff. It's kind of odd because I've been noticing this is actually happening much more on Instagram than, say, like YouTube. But man, sometimes I'll like go to some people's posts and it's actually crazy to me. Sometimes I'll go to some posts and, sometimes these people are kind of struggling or, they're even trying to just be earnestly just trying to do something. And then you look at the comments and there's just so much hate. Now, I wouldn't actually maybe say it's hate, maybe, because I think that's where the weird line gets drawn, right? Because, a lot of people like comedy and humor, right? But sometimes humor, what I've been noticing is that humor on the realms of just written texting on just a comment, sometimes we can't really tell if it's just them just trying to be humorous. Is that really what they think? Some of these comments are just brutal, dude. Just putting people into the ground. And I'm just like, bro, it's kind of crazy, man, because I'm like, dude, I don't even know what that guy's thinking. This guy, what would you guys be thinking if you just got, hundreds of comments, just hate, maybe, I don't want to even use the word hateful, but maybe just comments kind of just trying to bag on you. That would be kind of, and it's it makes me wonder, I'm like, man, I've never been, sometimes I wonder if there's some sort of strange pack mentality that starts. It's actually so weird, right? Because yesterday I was talking about how just bringing up Warhammer and stuff and how it's set in the age of the past and then it goes in the future like sci-fi. Well, it's kind of weird just thinking about tribalism. just thinking about how people just tend to just form tribes or just even packs of people, right? And it's kind of hilarious to me, right? And it's so weird thinking about tribalism, right? And it's kind of when we do form into these little tribes, it's there's this us versus them mentality. Well, not always. I'm not going to say this is across the board, right? But there is this weird us versus them, we need to protect our resources or something like that, and we need to just take them out. So maybe that's why a lot of people die. Maybe that's why a lot of killing starts happening. They're going to take our resources, we got to get rid of them or something like that, right? But what's weird is that when I think about even just the verses we went into yesterday about loving our enemies, man, it still just trips me out today. There's just so much to think about on those verses, right? Because imagine if you were in a tribal mentality state, right? Okay, so if we were to love our enemies, wouldn't that cause more diversity to happen within just you trying to just promote peace? And I ultimately wonder if it would be so interesting if we could ask the Lord. I'd be like, Lord, what do you think about these verses set in the age that we're in right now? Do you want global peace? Is this what believers should be striving for? Should we be trying to promote peace even at the cost of maybe negative things happening? And it's a very profound question to me, and I'd love to hear more pastors get into. I actually just know if you type in these verses that I typed in, the verse that we went into yesterday about loving our enemies, bro, there's so many intrigue, dude. People get tripped out, bro. It's so hilarious how tripped out people, because they're just loving your enemies. That doesn't make any sense, but it kind of does make sense. But it's just so paradoxical to the way we just think about things, right? And it's just oh my goodness. And I apologize, anybody. And the other thing I want to bring up as well is that I know why I feel like I'm offending people is because I know like some games, you know, you don't have the option to, you know, basically you have the option to kill things, right? But what I actually find, because I've struggled with that as well, right? I mean, I still do that. I will confess, I still play games normally. But if I could play all games like that, where I could, you know, try and promote peace, I'd try and do that. But I also wanted to bring up, I never knew you could do this until somebody showed me it. But you can actually play Diablo 2 as a pacifist build. And now I don't really know if this was actually considered a true pacifist build, because it's very, very absurd actually. But basically, and I didn't bring it up yesterday because I know yesterday I brought up the thing of like, oh, well, you can play WoW without killing anything, even though it's kind of boring. I think most people don't want to play the game like that, right? But you can also play Diablo 2 that way. Now, the way you play Diablo 2, it's actually kind of it's a I don't really even want to say it's considered pacifism, but basically what you do is if you play the paladin, right? It sounds ridiculous because you have to play the paladin, right? Well, you play the paladin, right? And you basically go out and venture out into the lands, and there's all these demons and zombies and, you know, just these devils and decrepit little, you know, these creatures and stuff like this that are trying to kill you. And and to play the pacifist, you cannot hit them at once. That's how some of these Diablo 2 guys are crazy. If you hit them once, then your pacifist run is over. It's kind of ridiculous, right? And so you're supposed to not do any damage to them, right? But how you end up playing the paladin as a pacifist class is you go around and you have to pick up a socketed shield. You have to find a socketed shield, like a shield, right? And it has these sockets in the shield, and you have to find skulls. And you socket the skull into the shield, and what it does is that any enemy that hits you, they actually kind of just hit themselves, and they end up, it sounds weird, but they end up actually just taking their own lives without you even having to do any damage. And it sounds straight up ridiculous, but it's like, that's how you play the pacifist build in Diablo 2. Now, I don't know who found that out. I don't even know, like, and I think there is like a group, I think there's even groups on Twitch that their goal is to try and beat these games in very like these weird like runs, you know, like they have like the like time limit runs, or they do like speed runs, or they do runs where it's generally called like the pacifist run, where you try not to kill anything and stuff like that. And it's actually very intriguing to me, because I'm like, man, some of these guys, like, you were not supposed to be playing this game this way, but they found out ways. I think you can even play Doom that way. I think there was one dude, he beat, like, I think he got to the last level of Doom without killing anything, and then, but he couldn't get into it because you have to, like, at the last level you have to do something, and basically he couldn't beat the game, but he did get to, like, the last level or something like that. Anyway, I apologize. Let's see here. Let me look at the chat. Normally, I'm so used to not having anybody in the chat at the moment, so I apologize. Let's see here. Creative Fit, welcome. Woo! Let's hit the waves and let's just try and do a Bible study, hopefully. Mob psychology, huh? I know there is kind of mob psychology. Now, what do you guys think about loving our enemies, right? It's just so bizarre to me thinking about, like, the tribalism, pack mentality, but it's also, like, weird thinking about how, like, thinking about that, and then how Jesus says to love our enemies, and I'm just like, okay, well, what does that entail, right? Is loving our enemies just totally just isolating them, just like, okay, we ain't gonna help you out? But then it's also, what's weird is that Jesus says that we're supposed to, like, make disciples of all nations, right? So, oh, dude, it's so hilarious. Sometimes I wonder, like, sometimes I think about this really, really, really old game. I keep thinking about all these games. It's weird. But it's strange because, like, there is this one game called Age of Empires. I actually do listen to the soundtrack a bit. But it's weird because they have this little priest class, right? Now, I do know, like, the priest class, they go, like, wololo, you know, and, like, it sounds hilarious. It's just so, I don't know if you guys remember that thing, but I know for a fact that they go, wololo, and then basically they convert the enemy onto their team. And I'm just like, what in the world? And it's just straight up hilarious to me. And I'm wondering, like, if we are to love our enemies and also make disciples of all nations and to go into the Great Commission, are we to somehow, like, I don't know, man. It's just, it's very weird to think about. I do not think Jesus was a pacifist. I know that's actually what some people say as well, right? Now, I think I actually kind of don't want to say, like, because I know that brings up a controversial point as well, just thinking about the realms of pacifism, right? Because pacifism does entail some things, and it's weird because there have been many Christian denominations that have, like, went into, like, things just because of some of the verses we brought up, right? And I don't really know what to think about it all, and so that's why we're doing some of these Bible studies. But I think one thing that we can think about is that we can think about maybe ways we can just promote more healing, right? I think it would be cool to be in the situation of not even having to face people that are wanting to retaliate or kill you, right? So maybe, you know, if there was a way, maybe more, I don't really know, right? So let me get into these verses up in here. What verse is up in here? Okay, these verses right here. So we're going to look in these verses right here. Where is it? Somewhere in here. Whoever gives thought to the word will discover good, and blesses he who trusts in the Lord. The wise of heart is called discerning, and sweetness of speech increases persuasiveness. Good sense is a fountain of life to him who has it, but the instruction of fools is folly. The heart of the wise makes his speech judicious and adds persuasiveness to his lips. Now, it's actually weird because I have done these verses right here because it's kind of strange that they bring up persuasive 2 times, right? Now, I don't know what you guys think about persuasiveness, but I think when I think about persuasiveness, it's kind of a level of kind of also hearing their side, but also presenting your side in a way that might seem kind of intriguing, right? And maybe doing so because it's saying sweetness of speech, discerning, you know, and being wise and judicious with our speech, right? And it's kind of weird because it's mentioned 2 times. If we are called to be wise, we are called to be persuasive with our words. Now, it's weird because I don't know about you guys, but when I read these verses right here and think about kind of like the hellfire, brimstone, like street preachers, which I think in some ways they might be doing some, because I sometimes I like to think about if I were in that position, right? If I was in their mentality, right? Well, in their mentality, they think that they're doing the right thing, right? Because, you know, Jesus does say to proclaim the gospel to all of creation and to go out and make disciples of all nations. But sometimes when I hear them at times, it just kind of feels like they're a little bit rough. Maybe not a little bit rough. Maybe they're very rough with the tonality of their deliverance of just even how they use God's words. And I've seen, I mean, you can look it up on YouTube right now. There's many times where they get into arguments. Dude, people are trying to beat them up. They're trying to, there's people trying to like fight them and stuff. And I'm like, bro, I really hope I never get into a situation like that where I'm like trying to like share God's words and people are trying to kill me, or not, I mean, not that sense, but like people are trying to like hurt me because I'm doing that, right? And it really makes me think deeper into what are ways we can use our tonality with our voice, or just how we can hone our voice, or should we slow down our speech, or should we kind of be a little bit more enthusiastic, or like, are there times when we can be very harsh with our words and just be like, you know, like, you better do this, like, I'm gonna freaking condemn you and stuff. Like, could we make it sound that way unintentionally that actually just draws more people away, right? And it's weird because when I read these verses, I think about that, man. I don't know if you guys think about that, but I full on think about stuff like that. And it makes me think about like loving our enemies. Well, that could even be a way of loving our enemies, right? Because, you know, like if you see a lot of people that get into fights and arguments, how do you think a lot of those fights start happening? These fights start happening because, you know, generally someone says something wrong to them, someone takes it the wrong way, they say something else wrong, and then their verbiage gets even, and it's almost like they want to fight each other, they want to throw fists at each other, but they're just doing it with, instead of just with their body, they do it with their words, right? And if we could stop that right in the beginning, and if we could just be like, okay, if we can even understand that that's even how a lot of fights start happening, and unfortunately, not only just fights, bro, imagine all the countless people that have just died I mean, there are so, people don't realize this many times. There have been so many people that have died just because they said something wrong, and just because they kind of wanted to be like, oh, and then like, you know, not say sorry, and then they took it the wrong way, and then they actually got into a fight, and then somebody brought out a knife, or someone got shot. Bro, it's straight up, it's straight up ridiculous to me. Actually, it's so crazy to think. Even in the prison system, man, there's so many people in there, probably because maybe even, I mean, I don't know for a fact that this is the case, but I'm pretty sure there's at least one soul in the prison system that they got into an argument just because of their words, and now they maybe stabbed somebody in the neck or something like that, and now they're in prison for many, many years, when they probably could have, if they were maybe thinking about some of these things, they could have been like, okay, let me cool down, let me maybe not get into a primal mindset, and let's just see how we can promote more healing, right? Even if we don't like that person. And I think that's another big one that is actually weird, because the commentary didn't go into this yesterday, right? About loving our enemies, right? And it's weird because to think that, you know, sometimes, you know, people that want to hurt others generally are maybe hurt themselves. And the thing is that this very thing could happen to us at the moment, right? Imagine if we were to meet people that maybe get on our nerves, right? Or this is what take my words with a grain of salt. I don't really know if this happens. I think it happens. I don't really, you know, just take it with a grain of salt, right? But imagine we were to meet somebody and they like are always hating on us, or they're like very just annoying, or we don't even like them. We don't even know why we don't like them. We just don't like them, right? And the thing is like, what happens if they in their life that we don't know about, they're just hurting, bro? Like, what happens if like they're super depressed, but they're masking it with anger or something like that, right? Or maybe there's something that's, you know, maybe somebody hurt them completely, right? And now that they want to hurt others. And that's actually what I have heard, is that many times our emotional states, just the way our emotions that we feel at the moment, we can actually bleed them out to other people. What is that called? I think it's called something. I don't remember what it's called, but I know it's called something because I heard people bring it up, right? And I you know what I'm going to start? I like to just call it the aura status, right? And sometimes it's almost like the, you know, when people say, oh, that person's a negative Nancy, or just like, you know, it sounds kind of funny, right? But the thing is maybe that termage got kind of there for a reason, because our emotional states can kind of bleed into other things, right? Unintentionally, right? And I think that's very, very weird. And hopefully, if we were to follow the Lord Jesus Christ, and sometimes I really wonder, right? Like, how was the Lord Jesus Christ like going about using his emotions, right? It'd be very interesting just to see like his tonality of how he spoke. Like, did he probably, you know, it's very, very interesting to me. Anyway, let me see. Sorry, I've been looking at on the chat. Cultivating growth. Welcome, travelers. I'm going to be honest. Today's Bible study is probably not as crazy as yesterday. It's weird because a lot of people watched the stream. It was actually very strange, because I'm wondering if most of the people that watched, I'm actually pretty sure most of the people that watched that stream yesterday just listened to the Bible study, because like I was like riding my bike that entire for a pretty long time. I didn't see anybody really come in. It's kind of hilarious. And I'm wondering if people just maybe wanted to hear my viewpoints on it, because those sets of verses are very, very challenging. I'm wondering what you guys think about these verses, right? Just about loving our enemies and stuff like that. It's man, it still trips me out even now. But okay, let's keep going. What verse we're going to get into this commentary right here. Gracious words are like a honeycomb, sweetness to the soul and health to the body. Now that's actually weird. Actually, just rereading it over again, it's weird that it says sweetness to the soul. What in the world? It's so weird. I didn't underline that. Look, I just underlined it now. Soul. Gracious words are like honeycomb, sweetness to the soul and health to the body. Huh. That's weird. I was just thinking that it was just health to the body. That's weird that it brings up soul, because that one actually does kind of make me think about this verse now, right? Because I just underlined soul, and this verse has soul in it too. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and whoever captures souls is wise. Now, it's weird just to think about that, right? We are called to be wise. And it's kind of weird because when I think about that, I think maybe there is a level of persuasiveness that we should be learning about. Now, that word right there is just such a weird word, Because, you know what's actually straight up hilarious is that, you know where I've seen this word? I've actually seen this word from RPG games, because if you level up your speechcraft ability, you actually do level up a level of persuasion. I think it's actually, what RPG game was that? There's a big RPG game when you level up your speechcraft, you actually level up your persuasion. It's just so funny that these verses go into that, and it's actually just straight up. That's how these Bible studies for me feel like. It feels like a way for me to just kind of just ponder about this, ponder about just how our words affect things, right? It's very weird, and it's just so weird that all of us, no matter who you are, I mean, unless you, and this is the weird thing that I think about, is that unless you maybe didn't know how to read, like I know some people have, like health issues or like mental issues, so maybe they never learned how to read. But the thing is that generally most of us have learned how to at least read a couple words, right? So the thing is that it is strange, right? It is strange to think about if you were just to see people, right? Just anybody, no matter who it is, right? I mean, I guess unless they're maybe 5 and up or something like that, right? Just to think that they maybe have their own little internal monologue going up in their head, right? Just like their own internal monologue, their own like their own struggles of their emotions. And this is what's so weird about God's word. I brought up so many times, right? Is that God's word brings up basically all the baseline emotions, right? Let's see if we can remember them. Like fear, anger, jealousy, envy, anxiety, worry, sadness, depression. What other emotions is that? I mean, I know there's a lot of other emotions, but it's so strange, right? Because it's weird that this God's word brings up so many scriptures about all these emotions, right? And it's weird because it makes me think about people that go through their emotional states, right? And I mean, I guess it's subjective to everybody, right? But basically anybody that experiences any sort of emotion, right? We kind of have a level of internal monologue. Like so take this for example, right? Imagine we were to see somebody driving on a highway, right? Like they're driving on a highway and someone just cuts in front of them, right? There's some people that are just like, ugh, and they're just like, they just go crazy, bro. Some people have gotten shot that way, man. It's crazy, right? Some people are just straight up just cursing and just like going freaking ham, dude. They're like, and it's like this person like just cut it right in front of them, right? And it's like, and so in their mind state, they've kind of like internalize some of these words, so when this thing happens to them, all these words just end up going into their mind, right? And it's some weird way. It sounds strange because I have been told in a level to that there have been people that have controlled parts of civilizations, kind of just controlling people's emotions. I mean, if you were to imagine this, right? Imagine if we were to kind of keep a certain set of people just always depressed or always angry or always frustrated, right? It's like then you could kind of, I mean, if you were some, crazy, this is, now I know there's some psychology that people have thought deeper into this, right? But then it's almost like you can give out these little hits of dopamine and kind of like almost like herd people within just their emotional states. It's actually very, very scary. But it's actually something it actually might even be occurring nowadays. Even if we think about even just what we get fed through on the phone. Sometimes, imagine this, right? Imagine if you were like completely like, imagine if we were homeless or something right now, right? And all we see is just rich people, just like full on mansions, all that stuff. And that's the only media that you're getting fed. Well, you'd probably get pretty upset. You'd be like, dude, what in the world, bro? How do all these people have this? And I'm just living like this, right? And in some way, it's actually kind of strange. Now, I know that can be kind of dark to think about, that you can kind of control people's emotional states even just by what they're viewing. But it is kind of something that is a little deeper to think about. Okay, let's see here. Colossians 3:11. Here there is no Greek or Jew, circumcised or uncircumcised, barbarian, Scythian, slave or free, but Christ is all and is in all. Interesting. That is a very strange verse right there, huh? I've never done a Bible study on that verse, huh? Very interesting, huh? Intriguing. Okay, well, let's see here. Let's keep going. What are these verses getting up into? We went into the gracious word. What are you guys thinking? What are some ways we can have gracious words when I think about this? I think about, let's see, having gracious words. When I think about having gracious words, that is sweetness to the soul and health to the body. I think about encouragement, right? Encouragement, exhortation, trying to edify people, maybe trying to not put down people, but I think that's a big one. And I also think it's also to be careful of our humor. I think that might, and it's weird, I don't know if the commentaries are going to go into that one, but just because of the things I've been observing lately, I've been noticing sometimes like our humor can actually sometimes hurt people. And it's like, and it's so weird, right? Because sometimes it doesn't even hurt you, right? You're just like, oh, dude, that's just funny. That's just funny. I'm just going to type it out. But then what happens if it hurts somebody, right? And you're just like, oh, well, that wasn't my intention, right? And actually, here's the weird thing. Now, I don't know if some people have gotten, I don't know if this exact scenario has happened, right? But I do know people have gotten, just because of some individuals that I've met, right? Well, they have gotten into physical fights and altercations because of Instagram comments. It's kind of hilarious, actually. But it's actually not hilarious. I shouldn't even be thinking about that's hilarious. But it's just so weird how, somebody might say a joke, they take it the wrong way, and then and it just escalates. So maybe that could be a way to have maybe more gracious words, is to maybe be kind of careful about how we use our humor. And I think that could be a kind of a slippery slope too, right? Well, let's read a commentary on this. Let's see what some of these comments. Hopefully, now see, I like to kind of do these like things. So this beginning part, I'm trying to do these beginning parts of just like, okay, what do I think about this verse? You get to hear all my failures, probably all my crazy ramblings. But now I'm going to read a commentary, and we're going to just be like, okay, well, let's see all the stuff that I got wrong. Just like maybe all the stuff that the commentary didn't bring up. And what would be really cool is I think it would be really cool if like we could see like just more believers doing this, right? Because what I find so interesting, and I wish I could see more pastors doing this, right? Because that's actually why I like Twitch, because you can like talk to pastors. So like, oh, what do you think about this? And they answer you like in real time, right? Because I like to hear people's like first like spur of the moment thoughts, right? Because we can all, we could all just look up something, right? I could be like, okay, what am I going to say? And just look it up and give you the answer right there. But I actually really like hearing people's just straight, just full on, what do they think about first? Especially when it comes to verses, because I'm like, that's interesting. Love meeting people at their needs. Encouragement can be in many forms. I know that is another one as well, right? Now I'm thinking about gracious words. I mean, even thinking about like, okay, so before, I haven't looked at the commentary yet, but even just imagining like, if we had like a category of words, like gracious words, right? Maybe it'd be like, well, one thing I like to say is keep it up, right? I think that's such an easy one. Like it's literally 3 words, keep it up, right? Because then it kind of gets people to go, okay, like let's just keep going, like don't give up, like maybe get a little bit of endurance. Or maybe like, and I'm just wondering like, what are some other words we can just encourage people? Right? It's a big one, right? I mean, I'm just thinking about keep it up right now. You got this, something, but sometimes it's like cheesy, right? Sometimes it is kind of cheesy to like say something like that. But I'm wondering what other things they're going to bring up. Create a fit. I think about the words I would give my daughter. One of her friends came and touched my back, and I was like, what? Who's touching me? But when I saw their face, I was filled with grace already had for my daughter. Okay, The leper gets healed but was more moved by the first touch. Intriguing. Okay, let's see here. How are pleasant words like a honeycomb? So we're going to read this verse up in here, or this commentary. How are pleasant words like a honeycomb? It seems almost like, it almost just seems kind of just common sense, right? Like you think, oh, okay, this is just common sense, right? But I feel like there's some deeper implications, especially like, what I think about, right? Could I still have pleasant words, encouraging words, edifying words, even to somebody that would be my enemy? That would be a big one, right? Because if you guys haven't noticed, if you guys go on the internet, right? It's Twitter, Instagram, bro. Sometimes it's like people use their words and they're just like, I've even seen fellow believers. They're just like, oh, that side, we gotta like take them out, all this stuff. I'm just like, I don't know if that's. I mean, I guess that's how they're thinking about it. And sometimes I have to think, okay, well, what are they thinking in their mind, right? Maybe their own vocabulary is a little bit more harsh, but maybe it's not that harsh in their mind, right? But I'm wondering, like, can we use pleasant words even with our enemies, right? Let's read this. Let's read this commentary. So if you guys are out there, you guys want to read this one, I'm just going to read this one right here. Seems like common sense, so I'm probably, let's see. I don't even know if I've even read this commentary. Okay, wisdom literature has much to say about our appropriateness and importance of our words, using concise and elegant language. Solomon extols the value of choosing our words wisely. Pleasant words are like a honeycomb, sweetness to the soul and health to the bones. Proverbs 16:24. In the original Hebrew, the adjective translated as pleasant here means gracious, delightful, friendly. Okay, interesting. I didn't think about that. Okay, so that's something completely new I haven't even thought about. I mean, I did not think about it. When I thought about gracious, I didn't even think about delightful or being friendly, right? Friendly, right? I'm wondering that, that even makes me think about the verse of loving our enemy. Can we even be a friend of can we even just like befriend our enemies, right? Which is actually strange, right? Because what was Jesus known for? That actually got a lot of people all controversied out on him, right? People called him a friend of sinners, right? So I'm wondering, right? And it's weird, right? And man, dude, I feel like there's something way deeper, and I can't even. I'm like, I have trouble like even putting it into words, right? I think there's just something deeper about it, right? Because we did a study on the parable of the lost sheep, right? And the parable of the lost sheep is Jesus said he went out to the one, or it's better to go out to the one to save than to something. Let me bring up the verse again. Parable of the lost sheep. Parable of the lost sheep. But basically, the thing about the parable of the lost sheep, and this is part of the parable of the lost sheep right here, it says, Jesus tells the parable of the lost sheep to show the kingdom of God is accessible to all, even those who were sinners or strayed from God's path, right? And I think that's another one, right? Because Jesus wants everybody to come to repentance, right? He wants everybody to join in. Which sometimes it doesn't feel that way, right? Sometimes it's like we got to exile these people. We got to full on just this is us, that's them. We're going to just send them aside. I don't even want to befriend these people, right? And that what's so funny is that's what the religious leaders did at the time, right? The religious leaders at the time were persecuting John and the Lord Jesus Christ because they said, oh, well, they're friends of tax collectors, they're friends of prostitutes, they're friends of these people that are considered sinners. But what's so weird is like Jesus is like, okay, well, you guys aren't even going to try and help bring these people into repentance and try and save them at all. So Jesus actually had to go out and it's like he had to kind of go and do the dirty work, right? And it's so weird because it's like, okay, so even having like gracious words, I'm wondering like if Jesus was much more like pleasant, even with people that would consider these people, to be done for. Making all that wine would easily get Jesus invited to any party. Friend of sinners, I am my brother's keeper and love your enemy. You know, that's such a weird one, right? Yeah, and it's such a strange one to think, huh? So if we were to, and here's the thing is, if we were to follow, okay, dude, there's a combo up in here. If we are to follow the Lord Jesus Christ, right, and which means to be a disciple, right? If we were to follow, and he said to them, follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. Meaning to go out into the Great Commission, because we are actually called to go out and win souls, right? Because there is this, I'm going to actually just type it in here. I actually think it's going to be easier. Proverbs 11:30. Proverbs 11:30, right? I think I brought it up earlier today, right? The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and whoever captures souls is wise. Now, it's actually kind of funny because I bet like the Lord Jesus Christ was, you know, super, super wise because he was capturing all sorts of souls, right? Man. And I guess that's a way we can maybe learn about it, even though it seems like common sense, right? But sometimes when and here's the other thing, what I've been noticing about common sense, especially within the scriptures right now, is I've been noticing sometimes I'm like studying these scriptures, right? Even sometimes it seems somewhat easy, right? I'm like, oh, that verse isn't that hard. Like, it's like, dude, I could just, you know. But what's weird is what I've been noticing is sometimes just like what I was bringing up, like the pack mentality. Dude, sometimes I feel like there's just influence by mere association, right? Like you maybe you know all these verses and stuff like that, but just the people that you're around. Like, what if, like, you were kind of unintentionally caught in a pack mentality of just being like, oh, us versus them, you know, just like all that. And it's like, I feel like I can get into that, even just on the internet, I feel like I can get caught into that little cycle unintentionally, right? Anyway, let's keep going. I don't know how I thought about all that stuff, just thinking, I guess it's because it said delightful and friendly. When Solomon wrote this maxim, he did not have words of flattery in mind, but helpful communication that seeks to meet the listener's needs or need. Such a supportive counsel of a godly friend. Pleasant words offer encouragement. Okay, so we got one right. Comfort and strength. Okay, well, I got one right. So see, here's the thing is now you get to see where I failed. Because, well, I mean, I don't know if this would be a failure, but like, you know, so this thing's growing into pleasant words offer encouragement, comfort, and strength. Now, I thought about encouragement, right? I thought about encouragement, but I didn't think about comforting and then strengthening people up, right? And I think that's actually something, if I can't even remember comforting or strengthening, I think that's maybe something I need to work on. What are ways we can, like, comfort people, right? Like, if they were, like, maybe experiencing something. And I think for me, I feel like comforting people is like super hard for me because I don't want to say the wrong thing, right? Like if they're like, you know, like imagine you see someone like crying and stuff like that. I mean, maybe it's just me, but don't you guys feel like you don't want to say the wrong thing? You're just like, oh, I don't know what to say to you. I'm sorry. I don't, you know, and it's like, I don't want to say the wrong thing, right? And so I feel like that's a little bit more like, I don't want to step on their toes. I don't want to like, you know, and I think that's kind of interesting, right? Like, what are ways that we can remember how to comfort people just with, you know, what do you guys think about that? You know, like, because I get really tripped out because I know that has happened in my life many times. I'm just like, and unfortunately, you know what I end up many times what I end up doing is I actually like pull away sometimes. I'm like, okay, I don't want to say anything wrong to this person that's like crying and they're feeling really bad. So sometimes I just pull away and I'm just like, okay, I don't even want to say something wrong, but I feel like maybe that isn't the way to do it. Maybe it's even better just to give them a little bit of words of encouragement. Holy moly. Welcome. Welcome in, travelers. Clear Heart 24. What's up? Very strange. I don't know if you guys want to listen to these Bible studies. These things I'm basically just reading a commentary and I'm just thinking about, we're doing a Bible study on this one right here. It seems like a very simple verse. Where is it? I think it's Proverbs 16:22, right? What verse is it? Proverbs 16:24. You guys have your Bibles, you can think about it. I'm wondering what you guys think about Proverbs 16:24. Or actually, let's just read these ones again, because these ones kind of are pretty interesting. The wise, actually, let me underline wise. Actually, I don't have my blue pencil out here, because I've been trying to underline it with blue. We're trying to get into these verses up in here, right? The wise of heart is called discerning, and sweetness of speech increases persuasiveness. Good sense is a fountain of life to him who has it, but instruction of fools is folly. The heart of the wise makes his speech judicious and adds persuasiveness to his lips. Now, what I was getting into is it's weird that both of the, literally in the same two verses, they bring up the word persuasive 2 times, right? Like, and it's called, like, if we're wise, right? And we're all called to seek after wisdom, right? And so I'm thinking about it now. I'm like, okay, well, what are some ways we can be, and I know persuasive seems a little weird, but it's weird because I don't know if you guys play RPG games, but that's actually, if you level up your speechcraft ability, that's actually one, in many RPG games, you actually level up your persuasiveness. It's just like, and I know it's hilarious, but I'm just like, I just keep thinking about that. I'm like, huh. But also, this is the verse right here that we're going to get into. Gracious words are like a honeycomb, sweetness to the soul and health to the body. And it's so funny because this goes into us kind of going out into the Great Commission that Jesus wants all of us to do. He wants us all to go out into the Great Commissions, right? And what is the Great Commission? The Great Commission is to proclaim the gospel to all of creation and also to make disciples of all nations, right? I think that is such an interesting one, right? Just not one nation, but all nations. And it's so weird because I think I was bringing up something about earlier today about tribalism, right? And it's weird how tribes start happening within just anything, even just packs of animals, just packs of people. Dude, tribalism has started happening for, I mean, probably, just even thinking about tribalism, right? But if Jesus is calling us to make disciples of all nations, and not only to make disciples of all nations, but to even love our enemies, it's like we're probably going to have to learn some ways to kind of break the boundaries and kind of befriend people, right? And I just find that very, it's actually very challenging at times because it gets very awkward. You're like, and I guess these are some ways that we could do it. And one of our ways is to have sweetness of speech. And now the commentary, because you guys just joined in, but the commentary went into that pleasant words go into delightfulness and friendliness, right? Where is it? Somewhere up in here. Where is it? Gracious, delightful, and friendly, right? And just thinking about that, it's kind of weird to think that there can be many times that our words, we can kind of be a little bit more harsh with our words. Actually, I'm fully thinking, when are we harsh with our words? Many times, what I think about it now, if I'm actually using really, really harsh words, many times it's actually I'm using harsh words to myself. Right? Instead of trying to do it on other people, I generally use harsh words to myself because I'm like doing something wrong. Okay, let's see here. I love Proverbs, reading through it at night. Yeah, what's interesting is Proverbs is actually the first book of the Bible I remember. Actually, I started getting into. I don't know if you guys are into the Bible. I don't really know who's watching this, honestly. But the thing is like, now I am going to get into something that's kind of like, I don't even know it's controversial, but the thing is I actually did used to be really into astrology. Like, I'm not into it anymore, but I was like really, really into it, like when I was like younger, right? And it was kind of funny because I had a believer friend, and he was like, oh, well, instead of doing astrology, because he started bringing up things that, like, basically you can look up different astrology thing and they're just going to say something different, right? It's like, I started like thinking about it, I'm like, you know what? They kind of do all say something different on the same day, even though it's like, you're the same sign or something like that, right? It's kind of hilarious, right? And so then he started saying, hey, you should start reading a single proverb every day. And that's actually what I started doing, because he said that there's 31 proverbs. And then so this is like a long time ago when I was like kind of like a teenager still. Maybe not even a teenager, but yeah, I was like, and he started telling me to do that. And then ever since I started doing that, it was actually like the first book of the Bible I started getting into. And I've actually been hearing many other believers say that Proverbs is a very kind of easier book to kind of get into, right? Because it's just kind of like these simple proverbial elements that we can take, and it's almost like these elements that we can take and apply it to our lives, right? Because many times, like, we can read these vast stories in the scriptures, right? And sometimes when we read these vast stories or these big characters in the scripture, sometimes it's a little bit harder if you're maybe just getting into the Bible to be like, okay, well, how do I apply that to my own life? How do I apply this to reality? Whereas like Proverbs, I feel like it is very kind of sometimes very blunt, and and you kind of, okay, well, how can I apply this to my life? Well, this one's kind of easy, right? Gracious words. How can I think about that, right? It has so much wisdom, yeah, for sure, huh? Now I don't know if you guys have heard this, but there was a pastor out in Long Beach, and I do remember him saying that many people take the book of James or the letter of James as kind of like the New Testament Proverbs, and I understand why they're bringing that up, and it actually kind of coincides with what we're getting into today, is because there's many things. If you guys read the letter of James, and if you read the letter of James and then you read Proverbs, it's actually interesting because James actually covers a lot of things that is actually mentioned in Proverbs, which actually, the whole ironic thing is that it's actually right here, the verses that we're actually covering, some of it as well, because there is this part that goes right down here. A worthless man plots evil, and his speech is like a scorching fire. Man, that is brutal. And then just thinking about that, just even thinking about that one verse alone, if we go into James 1:3, I think it's 1:3, might be just 3. James covers something pretty similar, which it kind of makes me think, I wonder if that's where James got his inspiration from. Which we'll read parts of James 3. James 3, yeah, it's part of James 3. For we all stumble in many ways, and if anyone does not stumble in what he says, he is a perfect man, able also to bridle his whole body. If we put bits in the mouths of horses so that they obey us, we guide their whole bodies as well. Look at the ships also, though they are so large and are driven by strong winds, they are guided by a very small rudder wherever the will of the pilot directs. So also the tongue is a small member, yet it boasts of great things. How great a forest is set ablaze by such a small fire. And the tongue is a fire, a world of unrighteousness. The tongue is set among our members, staining the whole body, and set on fire the entire course of life, and set on fire by hell. And this one really, you know what's really weird? I don't know if you guys have heard many pastors bring this one up. I've underlined this one very heavily. But I've actually, because a lot of pastors bring up James 3 about, we got to be careful with our tongue, right? But what's actually, what I feel like what pastors kind of shy away from talking about, what James starts talking about, is James is basically saying our words, if you want to even have a taste of what hell is like, bro, think about what words do to people. Think about the internal monologue of what our words, how our words even affect our actions and stuff like this, right? And it's actually really, really, really crazy, because I feel like James kind of starts going into like the definition of curses and stuff like that. For every kind of beast and bird, of reptile and sea creature can be tamed and has been tamed by mankind, but no human being can tame the tongue. It is a restless evil, full of deadly poison. And it's weird because he says deadly poison right there, right? And it's weird because there is that, that old like little tale, when you're like a really little kid, and people say, oh, well, sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never hurt you, right? Well, it's actually strange. Now, I don't know if you guys think about this, but I feel like I've heard this from many other people, right? And people are now saying that the thing about sticks and stones is many times you can physically recover from sticks and stones, but the scary thing about words is that words can internalize into people's, into their minds, right? And it's just very, very scary. I'm sorry to raid and run. Oh, no worries, man. It is all good. No worries. I'm just doing this Bible. You guys don't even need to listen. I'm I'm doing these Bible studies for just, I need to re-up on all this stuff because, but you know, you guys don't even need to be watching these streams whatsoever. We're just kind of just getting into it and just thinking about what are some ways we can better use our words. Now let's get back into this commentary, because that part in James is actually very, very kind of scary at times. Okay, where were we at in this commentary? I got a little sidetracked up in here. I apologize, everybody. We're on Got Questions. Pleasant words offer encouragement, comfort, and strength. Got Questions. Now, there is actually this one dude, his name's Pally Cole. I don't know if you guys follow this dude, but he actually has been doing something that has been really cool seeing him. But what he does, I think he just looks up a question on Got Questions, and he'll just read it, and then he just starts playing WoW. And I just thought that was really cool, like, because, you know, it's somewhat pretty easy. And for some reason, I feel like a lot of people, I haven't really heard anybody say too much bad things about Got Questions. I don't know what you guys think about Got Questions. I think just the weird thing about Got Questions, I'm going to be really honest, the weird thing about Got Questions is that they never say who writes it. Like, is it just a team of people that are just like, you know, is it some collective group that are just like looking at these questions and they're answering them? I really don't know, right? But they never really say like who writes these questions or the commentaries. But what's really cool is you can click on the verses and you can just find them just right away. And I think this is actually one of the big reasons why people like Got Questions is because you can do that. Because if you look at a lot of the older commentaries, you can't click on the actual verses. Some of them, they don't even bring up the verses. Okay, let's keep going. Pleasant words offer encouragement, comfort, and strength. They are delightful and desirable as honey from a honeycomb. They uplift and nourish the soul and restore health to a person's body. Many other proverbs directly link mind, soul, and spiritual health to the well-being of our physical bodies. Wow, that's weird. I don't know if you guys think about that. I feel like if I were to read that last sentence right there, many other proverbs directly link mind, soul, and spiritual health to the well-being of our physical bodies, right? Kind of weird, right? Proverbs 3:8, 12:4, 14:30, 15:30, and 17:22. Solomon remarks, "It is wonderful to say the right thing at the right time," in Proverbs 15:23. Elsewhere, he emphasizes the importance of good counsel, like so. A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in a setting of silver. Proverbs 25:11. In Psalms 19:10, God's word is described as sweeter than honey from the honeycomb. For anyone undergoing hardship or affliction, pleasant words are like a honeycomb because they flow with sweet nourishment like spiritual milk. 1 Peter 2:2. Now, I don't know if they're actually going to get into this, but it's also making me think of like all the testimonies, because I've heard so many testimonies. And I know I bring it up a lot because it's kind of brutal, but it's just like, it's making me think of it because there's so many testimonies. If you look into it, right? There's so many testimonies of like people that weren't believers at a time and they were going through some really harsh experience and they wanted to end their own lives. They literally like wanted to kill themselves and like commit suicide and stuff like that, right? And then the thing is like they would meet believers, and it's so crazy to think that our words can offer some guiding hope, at least just even a semblance of hope for somebody not to give up. And if that doesn't make people think, man, that trips me out. Like, how crazy would it be, like, you not knowing that somebody might want to end their own life and you had the ability to heal that person and give them hope? Like, dude, that is so awesome. Like, dude, and it's like, and what's really weird is that many times people just don't go out and say, oh, well, I feel these emotions, I'm going to end my own life and all this stuff, and you healed me, right? Many times it's very hidden. Right? Sometimes people don't want to say a single word about that stuff. And it kind of goes into just having gracious word and even just loving our enemies. Like, what if our enemy was going through that experience and we could have maybe the words of encouragement, even if we don't like them or even if they're trying to hurt us? What if we could just heal people, man? I think that's such a big one, right? I feel like it'd just be so cool to just heal people with our words. Or maybe not even just heal people, but just give encouragement. But not only that, there is actually a proverb that we haven't even went into today, which I should have actually brought up. There's a proverb in here that says our words actually should bring healing. What verse is that? I brought it up yesterday. Man, it's so weird. I should have brought it up today. This verse right here in Proverbs. There is one whose rash words are like sword thrusts, but the tongue of the wise brings healing. Man, that word wise is brought up so many times. It's just ridiculous how many times it's brought up. And we're actually called... That's the other weird thing about James, man. Man, dude, today's weird. Like, today's just a full-on just combo in James and Proverbs, I guess, today. But what's weird about James is James tells us that we need wisdom. If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask God, who gives generously to all without reproach, and it will be given him. Right? Now, I don't know. I know this one says wisdom, but when I think about wisdom, I honestly think about the word wise. So what I've been trying to do, I don't have every single word wise, but I think this actually might be an interesting one if you guys have like a physical Bible or something like that, is to underline the word wise. Because that's what I started doing because of James. I was like, okay, well, if James is telling us that we should be asking God for wisdom, right? I'm like, okay, well, what are some verses that even say the word wise in it? And, we started looking into it, right? So one of the aspects of being wise is we should bring healing with our tongue. It's a very interesting one, right? Okay, let's keep going. Where are we at? 1 Peter 2:2. To feed the soul and provide healing to the body, wise biblical teachers and counselors speak God's truth carefully and graciously to the delight, benefit, and blessing of others. Interesting. And it's so weird because it says this right here. And blessing of others. Man, a lot of these things just make me think of so many other things. And it's so weird because I know I bring up the Paladin class a lot. And it's just so hilarious because I was actually just talking to Pally Cole the other day because I was seeing his videos and he was reading some Got Questions and then playing WoW. And he mains a Paladin. That's the funny thing, right? And it's just so hilarious because the Paladin, basically in every single RPG game, even in Diablo 2, the thing is the Paladin have blessings. And it's weird because it's not like you just bless yourself. Even though you do you can bless yourself. But what's weird about the Paladin is that a Paladin is a much more of like, you can bless other people, not just yourself, right? And it's just cool because you can like bless them with like devotion and fortitude and strength and stamina and all sorts of other stuff. Now, how crazy would it be if we could do that with our words? How crazy would it be if we could bless other people with our words and just increase their stats? In some ways, I feel like you kind of can. Maybe that's just me at the moment, but I honestly feel like if you have the right tonality and the right word crafting, you can encourage people, and you can kind of like, maybe somebody could be having a bad day, and you can kind of be that person that just kind of motivate them, right? Even just thinking about like even just kind of people like, I don't know too much about this, right? But I saw some like videos on like coaches and like, Olympic, actually I think it was rock climbing coaches and stuff like that. But they were saying like, there was this coach and he brought up this analogy about like being like a captain on a ship, right? Like imagine you're a captain on a ship and you're like freaking in the waves and your ship is like straight up like going crazy and everybody's just freaking out, right? Well, are you going to just start freaking out too? Or are you just going to be like, because if kind of like, because if like you're the captain and if you start extolling those emotions around you, everybody's going to be like, oh my goodness. But if you can kind of like hone them in, you can kind of like motivate everybody to kind of like, keep a level head. Now, I don't know if that's completely true or not. I've just heard that from some things that I've overheard. Okay, let's keep going. According to Proverbs 18:21, our words have the power of life and death. Oh my goodness, I totally forgot about that verse. Bro, I should have remembered that verse. That was one combo I didn't remember. And that's why I love reading these commentaries too, is because they always bring up verses I don't remember because that's such a big one. Our words have the power of life and death. What we say can make an impact for good or for evil, for building up or tearing down. Proverbs 3:1-8. See also Proverbs 16:27. With the tongue we praise our Lord and Father, and with it we curse human beings who have been made in God's likeness. Out of the same mouth come praise and cursing. My brothers and sisters, this should not be. James 3:9-10. Throughout the Bible, the tongue refers to our spoken words. James stresses the difficulty of taming the tongue and channeling our speech for the good of others and for God's glory. It's actually weird. Sometimes I wonder, because it's actually very strange, because many times I wonder if maybe the devil or Satan or whoever, right? What if they wanted people not to use their words? Or what if, Satan wanted people to use their words more harshly and just bring more negativity, right? And it's crazy to think about that, right? Proverbs 18:21. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruits. And it makes me think about that part in James, right, where he says, we have the tongue, and it's weird because it's easy to read that, right? And it is. I feel like if some people that weren't really believers or something like that, and they were just listening to me say that, they're probably rolling their eyes, oh yeah, it makes sense. It's kind of obvious, right? But it's also, I've been thinking deeper into the aspects of even what James starts going into about curses and things of this nature, and just how words affect our internal monologue. And even just this verse right here where it says death and life are in the power of the tongue, right? And it's just even just the words that we speak to ourselves, but even just thinking how scary this is, right? You know how earlier in the stream I was bringing up, imagine if we could look into, see everybody and just see into their internal monologue, right? Well, what's really, 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 really scary is people that go out and hurt people that go out and do mass shootings, people that go out and just are just violent individuals, man. Just people that do a lot of these heinous acts throughout history. Isn't it so crazy that they probably had an internal monologue in their mind, right? Unless they were maybe some people that didn't learn how to read, or maybe they had some sort of mental illness or something like that. But that's what really scares me. And that's what's really weird about James, is if you read they brought it up right here, the part where James starts talking about curses. I think when I bring up the word curse, I know when I bring up the word curse, because people think I'm just talking about curse words, which I honestly don't necessarily think that curse words are necessarily curses. I think James brings up the perfect definition of what a curse is, right? The perfect definition I think that James brings up is a curse is something that infects, like deadly poison, which he brings up, right? That infects our internal monologue. And there's this internal monologue that just completely just curses an individual, and then they have these very, very negative outlooks on things, which is really scary. And it kind of brings in with death and life are in the power of the tongue, right? Man, and it's just so crazy, man. It's isn't that crazy? Or am I just going? That is so gnarly to think about. It's just man, it actually scares. And this is actually the scary thing. I actually think this is actually the most scariest thing about curses. Is that the thing is that if you watch these documentaries about mass shooters and stuff like this, dude, there's always this common theme. They're always just oh, well, I never knew he was like that, or they were so quiet, or something like that. There's always one person that says, actually sometimes there's a lot of people like that. They're oh, well, we didn't even know that guy, he didn't even say anything. That dude looked completely normal, right? And this is the scary thing about words, man. This is the scariest thing about curses, because you could be walking around in some crowded place, you don't know who's cursed and who isn't. Well, sometimes you can kind of maybe kind of start to see it, but the thing is that many times people aren't just talking. Many times people aren't just giving out what they think about all the time, because many times people are afraid to actually say what they really think and stuff like this. So sometimes we can't even tell what a person's internal monologue really is like. And that's the scariest thing, is sometimes we really don't even know what somebody's internal monologue is like. And that is freaking gnarly. And actually, that goes into a verse about something that Jesus says that something about, what's that verse that says like, from the tongue the mouth speaks, or from the heart the mouth speaks. From the heart the mouth speaks. What verse is that? That is Luke. That's Luke 6:45. Let me type that in right now. Luke 6:45. The good person out of the good treasure of his heart produces good, and the evil person out of the evil treasure produces evil. For out of the abundance of the heart his mouth speaks. Isn't that crazy, man? Isn't that crazy? Dude, that lines up with that other verse right there, man. And it's just crazy, bro. It's like, have a good one later, dude. Let me finish this commentary. Oh my goodness. These comments, oh my goodness, I'm already an hour and 10 minutes. Oh man, these things are brutal, bro. I thought this one was going to be really quick. This one has been long. I mean, I guess it's very important. Man, every time I get into these comments, I'm like, bro, we're going to do this in 30 minutes because I tried to speed this one up. I was like, okay, today's going to be an easy day, 30 minutes, boom. And then it ends up becoming like these really long Bible studies, which I guess is this is actually a very important Bible study, but it's like, I really tried to speed this one up. I guess hour is kind of like the thing about them, I guess. No worries. Let's see here. Building up or tearing down. James 3:1-8. See also Proverbs 16:27. Okay, we already read that right there. Throughout the Bible, the tongue refers to our spoken words. Okay. Well-chosen words are like a medical prescription for healing a person's body and soul. Gentle words are a tree of life, says the teacher. Proverbs 15:4. The mouth of the righteous is a fountain of life, affirms Proverbs 10:11. A wise person will use his or her words to bring healing and life to other people. Now that's what I want to do, hopefully. A wise person will use his or her words to bring healing and life to other people. Hopefully, we can just keep growing. Which actually, that kind of makes sense. And it's actually weird because it kind of makes sense about the parable of the sower and how Jesus says, like, he likens the kingdom to people that go out and sow seeds out in the field. And what is the seed, right? The seed is God's word, right? Man, that's actually so crazy to think about this. So it's Luke 8:11. Luke 8:11. Now the parable is this. The seed is the word of God. So here's the thing, right? If we're to bring more life into people's hearts, right? Imagine just being out there and you're just kind of like this farmer and you're just like sowing seeds out there. Well, what's the seed? The seed is the word of God. And hopefully from other believers, we could be watering the seeds and hopefully we could just be bringing more life, just grow. How crazy would it be just to be able to just grow more life everywhere? Just like instead of like death and decrepitness and, just imagine we could do the opposite, giving more fortitude and vitality and endurance and just exhortation and edification and building up of people and just keep growing them, right? That would be awesome. Instead of tearing people down. And that's actually the big one I see. And I'm actually starting to notice is like, when do people tear down people with their words? And when do people build people up with their words, right? And it seems like so easy, right? It literally just seems so simple. It seems so common sense, but like, I feel like how many people don't really even think about it that way, right? I think a lot of people just think it's just a joke. They're just like, okay, well, this is funny. I'm going to tear this person down. And then, which it probably is kind of funny at times, right? But, sometimes I think there's some deeper implications, especially if you're kind of like on this weird hype train, like you kind of, imagine this happened, right? How crazy would it be if you were a person and you kind of said something, like you were the first person to make fun of somebody and you just thought it was funny. You're just like, oh, I'm going to type this in, and you didn't even think about any ramifications, right? I don't know if this actually happened in reality, but imagine you're like, oh, and you're just laughing. You're just like, dude, that is hilarious, right? And then what happens if all these other people are just like, oh, dude, look at that dude. I'm going to make fun of this guy too. And everybody just starts making fun of that. What happens if that guy like takes their own life? That would be, dude, you'd be like, what in the world? No, I didn't, what would you even think if you were in that situation, man? I would be like, oh my goodness, dude, like, what in the world? Or maybe not even that drastic of a thing, because I know that is pretty drastic, but like, man, it's like, it's so crazy to think about. And I apologize if I said anything wrong, but this Bible study is kind of tripping me out. Okay, let's see here. Fountain of life. Okay, healing and life to other people. Proverbs 12:18, wholesome, godly, and pleasant words flowing from our lips like honey from like a honeycomb have the power to stimulate mental, physical, and spiritual health. If we are wise, we will seek the Lord's help in controlling our tongues. We will let our conversation always be full of grace, seasoned with salt so that we know how to answer everyone. Colossians 4:6. I feel like I need to learn that one. Man, there's just so much stuff I feel like I need to learn. Or just like so many. See, I feel like there's a lot of these verses where I've read them, right? But am I really, like, there's so many verses where I just forget about it, unfortunately, right? Even just like this one right here. Like, we should have our conversation be always full of grace, seasoned with salt, so we know how to answer everyone, right? I feel like I don't have that verse many times in my mind. We will choose gracious words that promote healing and life. As Paul taught the Ephesians, we will let no corrupting talk come out of our mouths, but only such as is good for building up as it fits the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear. Bro, oh my goodness, there are so many verses on this, bro. This is insanity. Let's read that. I just need to read that again. Paul taught the Ephesians, we will let no corrupting talk come out of our mouths, but only such as good for building up, as fits the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear. Ephesians 4:29. Huh. That's a big one right there. And I'm wondering if we could do that to even to people that we don't like at times, right? If we truly desire to speak pleasant words like a honeycomb, we must pray like King David. Set a guard over our mouth, Lord. Keep watch over the door of my lips. Psalms 141, verse 3. Our desire must be, may the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be pleasing to you, O Lord, my rock and my redeemer. Psalms 19:14. Man, that's gnarly, huh? And that is the end of the commentary, everybody. I apologize. This one was actually very, very, very long. And hopefully, I do apologize if I said anything wrong, because I can't edit any of this stuff out. So I know we got into a lot of crazy stuff up in here, but it just seems so... This one's just so, like, common sense, it seems like. But, man, there's just so much depth in it, honestly. There's a lot that goes on in there. Okay, everybody. Well, that was brutal. That was, like, way brutal. I mean, I thought that was going to be a completely easy one. That actually turned out to be another hard Bible study. I thought that one was going to be easy, man. Oh, my goodness. By the way, I want to say I don't like go into these Bible studies being like, okay, I'm gonna read this verse, and sometimes I'm just like, okay, this verse is gonna be easy, and I get into it and it's like hard, bro. Like today's one was very, very hard. Hey man, do you have any good verses on fighting alcohol consumption or anything overconsumption? Alcohol, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, I've seen some, I'm gonna be honest. Dude, just try and start cutting back, dude. Because I know, like, just even some of my friends, even me, bro, even sometimes what I went through, bro, you know. The thing is, sometimes you just gotta, like, kind of ease back, man. Like, you know, ease back. And, so maybe if you're, like, you know, maybe if you're having a lot of hard liquor or something like that, maybe try to not drink liquor. Just, like, even if I don't know where you're at on that, I don't want to judge you or anything. You know, if you're just drinking liquor, right? If you're just drinking hard alcohol, well, maybe you could stop with doing that and just drink beer, right? Because, like, you know, you drink like 5 shots. That's like what 5 or 6 beers or something like that, and it takes way longer to drink beer. So I think that might even be one. So if you're over consuming on hard liquor, I say you just quit drinking hard alcohol and just drink beer at first, and then once you get into that, maybe you could just drink light beer. Because then if you start drinking just light beer, then you're going to have to drink like 20 beers just to like have like, you know, 7 normal beers or something like that, right? That's how I see it. And then, you know, and then you can kind of like easily consume down on it. There is something about hard alcohol in the scriptures in here. I don't know where it is. Let's just see here. There is something about like hard drink or something like that. Hard drink to those who are perishing. To those who are perishing. What do you think, Priceless? That's just my own. The other thing is there's actually another thing that I don't know where it is. It's somewhere in the scripture. It says something about like mixing water in your wine. I know there's something about that. So even just thinking about that, like even just like, you know, let's see. Now I always think about this one. See, it says this one right here. Give strong drink to the one. Give strong drink to the one who is perishing, and wine to those who are in bitter distress. Right. Now, when I think about strong drink, right, I basically just think about liquor. Right. Give strong drink. So I feel like, I don't know, maybe just start drinking beer or something like that. Yeah, dude, maybe just start drinking beer. maybe just don't take any shots. Just try that. Just be like, okay, I'm not going to take any more shots. We're just going to drink beer. Or we're just going to, even like wine. Even wine's actually stronger than beer. So like, maybe that, I don't know, right? But I don't know, you do you, man. I mean, sometimes like, I think that one's a very interesting one, you know, because when I'm with my friends, it's kind of just like a pack mentality. It's just like everybody just kind of like, you know, but because the thing is what I also have observed many times is some people, I mean, if you were to maybe ask some other believers, I'm going to be really honest, Prices, if you were to ask some other believers, they're probably going to be like, bro, you need to just quit right now, just stop. But the thing is, I've heard that exact same phrase happen to some of my friends, and you know what happened? They never stop. You know, they never quit. So how I say it now is I'm like, okay, I've observed probably more than my fair. I've actually observed more people not stop drinking from when people said that. So I'm just like, I kind of go on the route of just like, okay, just ease it down a bit, man. Like instead of just taking shots, just drink beer or something like that, right? That's how I say it now. I might be wrong, so I apologize if I said anything wrong right there. But I've observed many people not and stuff like that. I don't know. What do you think about it? Or do you just drink beer? That would kind of be that would be kind of weird if you if you just drank beer, because then I'll just tell you then just drink lighter beer or something like that. Okay, let's shuffle this up. What are we gonna drop in here, man? What are we gonna drop in here? Vodka. I mean, are you trying to cut? Like, are you trying to cut weight or something? Because I know, like, some people, because I've actually said the same thing to some other people, and they're like, "Oh, well, but I'm trying to cut calories, so I can't drink beer and stuff like that, right?" So I'm just like, well, you know, maybe I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. But I don't know, man. I'd be careful with the hard alcohol. I think that's just the easiest way if you really want to cut down. Or just get like Miller Lite or something. That stuff tastes like water. Like literally. I don't know if you like, you know, there's some beer just literally just tastes like a seltzer water. It's hilarious. Alright, let's draw this. Did I cut it already? Hopefully I didn't say anything wrong. I apologize if I said anything wrong, anybody. Can't edit this stuff out, all right? Sometimes I actually wonder, right? Sometimes I also wonder, like, what, even just thinking about, like, way back in the day, right? What's weird is we don't do it anymore. Well, I guess we don't, I guess because we live in modern civilization. But what's weird, way back in the day, a lot of people would just drink alcohol with just their everyday things, right? Because of just the sanitation with their water supplies, right? So that's just a weird thing to think about in of itself right there. Let's see. Let me see. There's this one verse that says mix water with your wine. Mix water with your wine or something like that. I think there's a verse in there. I don't know. Maybe verse. Maybe we can learn something from that one. Maybe there isn't a verse. I thought it was. I thought it was talking. Okay, so this is actually, I don't know if this is actually the right verse to bring up. I mean, this is another weird verse. It says 1 Timothy 5:23. Stop drinking only water, but use a little wine because your stomach and your frequent illnesses. I don't know if that was the right verse to bring up, but I thought it said something like mixing water with your wine. I mean, I guess that one says mixing wine with your water. I don't know, man. What do you think about on the matter? Seed of Hope. That's a good card to get. Can we bring hope to other people? Can we plant seeds of hope in other people? Number 2. I guess it also depends on where you live at too. Cause like imagine like, cause I can only imagine, cause the thing is I kind of like live, unfortunately, I live farther away from the city. I wish I lived in the city, but I don't. I live in more of the rural area. That's why I'm streaming. So people probably just think I'm crazy that I'm streaming this much. I live outside of the city thing. You know, I have to drive like 40 minutes to go to the city and stuff like that. So, but I feel like if I lived like right next to a bar, that would be kind of hard for me because I'd be like, oh man, like I could just walk there, right? But because I live farther away, I kind of have to like pace myself, right? Like I can't just like get hammered and like then go and drive my car or something like that, right? So just that in of itself like kind of puts a kind of, you know, puts something on me where I have to think about that. I don't know if where you're at, I don't know if you live by like where it's just like readily available to you. So maybe thinking about that, you know, because that's probably a big one actually. I'm thinking about it, you know. Number 3. We've got Stoneforge Mystic. There is this other weird verse. There's this other verse that says, like, give wine to the merry of heart or something. I'm actually thinking about all the alcohol verses. I haven't thought about them in a long time. Give wine to the merry of heart or something like that. It's in Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes 9:7? Ecclesiastes 9:7. I think maybe that's a big one, is you kind of have to, and I think it's subjective too. You kind of have to know your personal limits, right? Because I mean, some people have totally different tolerance levels, right? Because I know some of my friends, bro, they just, dude, they could drink, it almost just seems like they drink beer like it's just water. Like it's just like, and it seems like they never get hammered, right? And then like I'll see some people, they get like 2 beers and they're just like, you know, going crazy. I actually never really have, I'm going to be honest, I've actually never really seen that. Actually, maybe I have. I don't know. I don't really remember. But like, so I think it's kind of subjective to where you are, you know, like where you kind of, but I know there's this verse, which is weird, right? This is in Ecclesiastes 9:7. It says, go eat your bread with joy and drink your wine with a merry heart, for God has already approved what you do, right? You could take that one out of context too, but I think that the big one is the strong drink one. So if you can remember a verse, I feel like that one really helped me, just remembering the strong drink one, right? Because I'm like, am I perishing, right? Because I started thinking about that. Give strong drink to the one who is perishing, and wine to those who are in bitter distress. After work, everyone drinks at the end of shift. Yeah, that's the other thing. Well, I guess that's just like, now that's just influenced by mere association. So that's kind of hard, right? That's like definitely, you know, maybe go to the gym or something like that, right? I guess it just depends on how much you're drinking, you know? I really don't know how much you drink. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, we got Leyline of Anticipation. Crazy. We haven't drawn this card in a very long time. Ley line of anticipation. I actually pulled this card from a pack. I did not buy this card. Well, actually, I did buy the pack, but I pulled this from a pack, and I think the ley lines are pretty good. Actually, I think they are. I hear people bring up the ley lines, but I actually found this one, which is crazy. And it's a holographic one. I actually wonder how much this card is right now. Man, that thing's crazy looking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, interesting. Careful, cultivate. Bro, it's so funny, dude. This one almost reminds me of the Bible study we did. Careful cultivation. We have to be careful about the words that we use. Man, that artwork looks cool. Careful cultivation. 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, here's the other weird thing now I think about it. Now, the other weird thing is, may I say maybe try and do the beer thing? Because what's also weird, I know it's Lent right now for, some believers and stuff like that. But what's really, really, really weird, now I don't know if it's actually Lent in terms of what they were doing when I looked it up, but there were some sects of Christians, like Christian monks, and they would do this fasting with just beer. It sounds hilarious, right? I mean, I want to look it up just so I don't make... I'm pretty sure I saw something a long time ago where it said, like, these monks were, like, they would do, like, I think they would do, like, a 40-day fast with just beer or something. It's ridiculous. Like, beer monk fast or something like that. So, maybe I'm wrong. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, I guess this is, like... Yeah, I think there was like one of these or something like this. I watched this one video. I think it might have been that video or something like that. And he brought up something that like these like Christian monks or something like that. No, actually, I don't know. That's what he said. I don't know. I haven't done my due diligence in studying what they were doing. But it's so crazy to think that there were some believers that potentially back in the time they would just drink beer for 40 days like a fast. It's just ridiculous to think. I don't know how true that is, so you could probably look it up, but I have heard some people say that, and I'm like, oh, that's weird. Like, what in the world? Like, but I don't know, right? So maybe that might be something to think about. Maybe just stick to the beer, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't even imagine doing that, dude. Holy moly. Gemstone like how crazy would that be? No food, no water. I mean, I don't know how they did it, but that's just straight up ridiculous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sunblast Angel. Let's do our last draw. I wonder what like a church would think about that. If that's actually true, like, what did the church think about that? Were they just like, all right, you guys are going to do that? Or did they, like, just do it in secret? I really don't know, right? Have anybody else heard about that? Or am I just the one that's going crazy? But maybe they didn't tell the church, man. They're just like, okay, we're going to go fast or something like that. And they just drank nothing but beer for 40 days. That's kind of crazy. Okay, let's do this card draw. Am I on the right Instagram? I'm on the right Instagram. Welcome, travelers, to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe some artwork as well as try and help support some of these artists and maybe try and find some combos up in here. Today we drew Seed of Hope, Plains, Stoneforge Mystic, Ley Line of Anticipation, Careful Cultivation, Gemstone Caverns, Sunblast Angel, and for the last card of the day, what will it be? Angelic Armaments. I've always wondered why, like, paladins and clerics use mace items. Do any of you guys know? Why has that been a staple weapon for those classes specifically? Not in just one RPG game. It seems like every RPG game, those classes use, like, mace items. This one's actually really cool. Careful Cultivation. Intriguing. Seed of Hope. Let's plant more hope, everybody. Farewell, everybody. Adios. Got our this thing up in here, and holy moly, it's already been 1 hour and 30 minutes. I'm a little late today. I'm actually gonna look that up now. Let me look that thing up of oh darn, I gotta turn my Wi-Fi off. I don't think this one's gonna load. Uh-oh. 40, let's see here. 40 monks that fasted just on beer. It's crazy. I don't know if it's actually real or not. Huh. That's weird. Wow. Huh. I mean, I don't know. I know some people have some different opinions on certain things, but I mean, these guys, I guess, used to do it. Yeah, so the liquid-only Lenten fast back in the 1600s. Paulinian monks moved from southern Italy to closer. It's crazy, actually, thinking about that. It's like, what in the world? Like, I wonder, like, I don't know, like, how would you even, like, I don't know. That's weird. Like, did they drink water? Like, what did they, I don't really know. Right? It's just, I've heard about it, though. I've heard some people talk about it, but anyway. That's it. I know some people are, I don't, you know, by the way, I want to say I'm not like one denomination. I don't know what denomination I am. I feel like I'm just a multitude. I have friends of so many different denominations at the moment, so I don't know. I just like reading the Bible. Hopefully we could just follow the Lord, so I don't know. If I could ask the Lord, sometimes I really want to ask the Lord, like, Lord, what do you think about all these different denominations? What, I don't think they could live 40 days with just water. You know, just beer. Oh my goodness, that's insane, dude. This is insanity. Those monks are on something else, bro. What in the world? Like, I don't know, man. That's just that's craziness, man. What am I doing here? I don't even know what I'm doing. Is this thing loading? Okay, it is loading. Okay, I guess we'll ride our bike now. Man, these Bible studies are brutal. People just think I'm crazy. Oh well, we just sent it. Sometimes that's what these Bible studies kind of feel like. We're just sending it. We're just gonna, you know. I know I can't, since I have a torn ACL, I can't really ride normally, but you know what these Bible studies kind of feel like. We're just kind of sending it. Hopefully, if am I gonna fail, or am I gonna just go for it? Now we can ride our bike. I kind of find these Bible studies kind of fun. No, I think people always think I'm crazy, but they are kind of fun. Like they are. It's like, what can you remember? Can you remember a combo? It feels like it's like it kind of feels like these Bible studies are like Flatland, but it's like word Flatland. Like, what combos can you go in? And then not only is it like word Flatland, but it's also like, it brings in it also, I think that's what's cool about doing these Bible studies, is it brings in something with the viewer, right? Because, you know, when I'm riding my bike, or I'm drawing, well, I guess maybe with the drawing, maybe. But, you know, like when I'm riding my bike, it's not like I could be like, oh, well, viewers, like, what, can you help me out or something like that? It's like, you know, most of these people don't even ride Flatlands. They know what I'm doing. So, but I feel like since I'm doing these Bible studies, it kind of gives like a little bit of like we can like all be a part of the combo generator. Yep. The other thing, okay, so by the way, the other thing that I heard, now I saw this on Reddit, because I do follow the Twitch Reddit thing, and I turn off my my viewer count thing because I don't like seeing, because I turned it off a long time. Well, actually, I have it covered right here. You guys look at it right here. See, I have the viewer count covered, right? Because I could have this thing out like this, right? Like this. Oh my goodness, there's 6 people. Oh my goodness, there's 6 people watching this. See, and that's what trips me out. Because I only thought that dude, prices. Because normally I'm just seeing one person in here. I only thought you were here. I didn't know there was 6 other people. And I saw this on Reddit. Somebody said that they turn off their viewer count. So, because sometimes, like, it can trip you out. Like, imagine if, like, 1,000 people were in here and I just thought it was one person. The thing is that sometimes the viewer count can kind of make you act differently. Sometimes you're like, oh, well, there's a whole bunch of people in here. I need to be, like, entertaining or something, which I think maybe, I don't know, sometimes I guess that could be good, right? Depending on maybe where you're at. But also sometimes it trips people out because they're like, oh, well, I have to not act myself. I have to act, like, differently or something like that. So that's one reason why I try and cover it, because I'm just like, oh, you know what? I'm going to just go with it. I don't know. It might help you guys out, might not help you guys out, but that's what I heard on some streamer on the Reddit, Twitch subreddit thing. Okay, let's get into bike riding now. Let me change this up in here. So we're going to do fitness and health. It's so weird. It's actually kind of strange that there's 6 people in here. It actually makes me more self-conscious now. That's why I think that's another reason why it's good to hide it, because like it makes you a little bit self-conscious, because now it's weird that 6 people have already heard all the things I've just said. Oh well, I can't edit it out. I'm sorry anybody that if I offended anybody. Okay, now we're gonna ride our bike now though, which this is generally when all the viewers just kind of I've been noticing though, this is when right when I get on the bike, it's like when not many people watch the stream. It's because nobody really rides BMX on Twitch. Well, actually, I guess some people ride BMX on Twitch, but it doesn't seem like there's that many. So, but we can try and have some fun. We're going to get into, I guess I can kind of give some commentary if you guys want to get into flatline BMX. I did pick this up from people in Long Beach. That's where I got into flatlines, from Long Beach. But I always used to see them like checking their PSI. Maybe it's because I think a lot of flatlanders are kind of OCD in terms of like their bike geometry. And generally I've noticed like if you talk to a lot of flatlanders, they're just all like they feel like so much of these little things on their bike, and they're all like, but it's actually just really cool. Actually, let's see a bit more PSI. I'm going to take a little bit out. Check our PSI, because we want a consistent variable. Oopa. Do you like lean beef patty? Lean beef patty is a G. It's so funny because the thing about what I like about lean, I don't know if you guys know who Lean Beef Patty is, but her humor is just so funny. Her humor is just so like, I don't know, just so blunt and very just like, just funny. I just find it funny. She has an interesting sense of humor. I kind of like how her YouTube videos are kind of like real-ish. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna let this load. We're gonna do some bike riding now. Put some music on. Oh, I forgot it right here. So this is actually how I play my music. So the music that I find, basically what I do is I just type in like I go on YouTube and I create playlists, right? And the playlists that I have are just all these playlists of copyright-free music. Now, I'm going to warn you guys right now. The thing is that a lot of these songs I've been noticing, they put them up copyright-free for like months on end, and then they put a copyright on it. I'm like, what in the world? Like, so if you guys are like thinking about making YouTube videos or like stuff like that, I'd be a little bit more careful. Now on Twitch, it's more lenient. But if you are making YouTube videos, that is something to think about, because a lot of these things, they're like, oh yeah, this is copyright free, and then like you look back like a couple months later and it has a copyright on it. You're like, what in the world? Now I've been kind of on this one. Now I don't know. I just like things that have anything to, this. I've been listening to this one. It's called Heaven X. But I also just like the. Isn't that just a weird looking thing? And it's just a strange drum and bass thing. And how I see if it's copyright free is if you open this thing. I don't know if you can see it right here. You open that and see how you go down right here. Okay, see how it says chapters and see how it says all this stuff. If it doesn't say music, see how it just says transcribed? If it doesn't have music right there, it means it's copyright free. Unless this person buys a copyright and makes this copyright. So a lot of these things like, have like a hip hop mix. And what's weird is there's some weird songs that don't have copyright. Like there's actually some pretty major songs and you're like, what in the world? That doesn't have a copyright. So like, see this one? Like if you press more at the bottom. So if you guys want to know how to find a copyright free one for your streams or something. Or somebody else actually said that what they do is they go on YouTube, and YouTube has like a thing where you can add a song in, and if you just open that in and you could just play music like that, but that's another one, but you just hit more, boop. It doesn't say music thing right there. This one's copyright free. That's how you find copyright free music for your streams. Let's do this! Okay, well, welcome travelers to the biking segment of the stream. We're going to learn a little bit more about the frustrations of flatland BMX in particular. Right now we're running, I don't know if who's really watching this, but we're running a Colt Tech frame, 19.9, I am running a 19.9, just right where else we're hooking it up with the frames. It's actually been the only company that they've actually ever hooked it up with anything. And then I'm not really running too many flatland parts except for these forks. Or actually, no, I am running intricate bars. These are flatland bars. And then these forks are Heresy forks. And I actually was running them at 0 offset. I'm now running them at 15. If you guys are out there and you guys are wondering why I changed it, I really did like 0 offset. But the thing about 0 offset is that if you go on something that's just even a little bit tilted or slanted, it feels way more dramatic. So I feel like the 15-degree offset gives me a little bit more cushion for different surfaces. That's what I think anyway. I don't know. Let's do some fire whips. Triple. And it's really fun. Okay. So what are we trying to learn here? Here's the other weird thing when people start watching me. It's kind of strange because I have like different modes of riding. There's like show mode. When people are kind of watching, I kind of want to just like land things. But generally, I'm just failing over and over again when I'm in learning mode. So, I don't know. What do you want to do? Let's do double-footed steamover. Which is a very pivotal trick I've been hearing. A lot of people.
So strange. More viewers than usual. I'm a little bit more self-conscious now. I'm used to nobody watching these streams. Like, it's odd. What was that? Oh, I actually landed it. Let's sketch it. It's like super windy out. What was we trying to learn? This one? Circle K? Switch up Circle K? You guys have any tips on any of these tricks? I'd love to hear it too. Love to hear it. Fireworks? That was hard. What music you guys like to listen to? We're just gonna kind of funnel through a bunch of weird tricks or something instead of just me just learning a trick, because it's kind of weird there's people watching. So we're gonna funnel through tricks. Alright, let's do this. Loose. That was fun. Basically, the girator is the only trick I kind of have consistently, unfortunately. What about Undertaker to girator? We got this one? I almost did it first teeth. Now what's cool about the Undertaker, if you guys didn't know, I don't know if this trick was actually inspired by the wrestler The Undertaker, but the reason why I learned The Undertaker was because the wrestler The Undertaker, he's actually a believer. So shout outs to The Undertaker. he's what sounds ridiculous, but that's actually why I learned this trick. For The Undertaker. He's a believer in the Lord Jesus Christ.
2, 1. Here we go. My foot kind of hurts. I don't know why. Yeah, why my foot kind of hurts? Sketchy. Oh, so sketchy. Darn. I've already landed that line before, but it was sketchy. Oh, I'm not going to take that one. Ooh, maybe upside down table? Probably that one. Kind of a newer ride-in. Fire hydrant to sticky. Man, they've been pushing that hard. There's ads everywhere. Now, how can we build people up with our words right now? I don't know, right? Keep it up, everybody. Try your best and have fun. I say that a lot. Try your best and have fun. I'm a little rusty with this one. It's a little hard to time it. What about a locomotive? We haven't landed a locomotive since I've been back, I think. Shout out to Kevin Jones. Kevin Jones invented this trick. I'm doing a different variation though. I think we're doing it opposite than how Kevin Jones learned it. That trick's hard to land. I feel like it's just like a hard trick to get consistent, but it's really fun. Try it again.
I've been trying to get the 7-wood lately. That's been a big goal. Bro, the ads are brutal. Are you guys getting hit with a bunch of YouTube ads? We're going to try and go with the 7-wood. Maybe upside down tail up again. Upside down tail up today. Potentially. It's hard to do like a tail whip in. I mean, I guess I could try it just like normally too. But I want to do like a tail whip in. It's weird from going so verbal to trying the mic. Very odd. It's like going through different mind states. Like the Bible study, bike riding, and then the drawing. It's like we're all going through our different mind state, man. I need to fix my bike real quick. Where is my tool? Here it is. Need a wrench. Here's my pedal came loose. Very odd item to come loose. The pedal. We get a 5-wood for a quad, or the elusive 7. What other tricks have we been trying to work on? I guess I've been trying to learn cliffhanger. I gotta be ready. I gotta be prepared to fall on that today. How about just good circle funky chicken? Hey, funky chicken to steamroller. Oh, almost. Almost did it.
I don't know what to try. I guess we could try and land a line. I did kind of have a line I was thinking about last night. Another Bubblica line. All of my lines include Bubblicas. Try this one too. Pretty fun one. Mm-hmm. Huh. What should we try? Oh, we forgot to put the light on. Let's put the light on. The light must go on. The ethereal light. I think what was I trying to learn? So we were trying to learn cliffhangers. Maybe I should practice the double-footed steamroller. That's a very important one. Seems kind of boring, but for some reason I can't do it very good. It's just this trick. Seems so simple, but it's hard for me. Oh yeah, we were trying a double flail. We were kind of getting them yesterday a little bit. workout right there. I notice every time I like practice that trick, like the next day, I just feel it. Like right in my stomach every time. What other possibilities do we have in here? What other tricks am I trying to learn? Try the Undertaker again. Undertaker's here, right here.
You're gonna mess up that gear.
Pretty good line right there. That's fun. Oh. I like an arm sprocket. Ay-ya. We landed something! I don't even know what we did. Oh, we did an Undertaker line. Stream manager. That's how we get our clips. And stream marker. So we can just share some verses. Sometimes I want to ask the Lord, like, how do you want me going about doing this, Lord? Because I could be like doing a little bit, or we could just go full on, you know, trying to love you with all our heart, soul, mind, strength, soul. He stores up sound wisdom for the upright. He is a shield to those who walk in integrity. What is integrity? I think integrity is, can you act morally even when no one's watching, right? Or I guess even can you keep your word as well? I think that's an interesting one. Get back in my gun. Yeah, we got a line. We got one line so far. Remember to drink water. Oh, this thing got frozen. Darn, this thing got frozen. Let's see here. You do some trials riding. I got a little burnt out. That 4 block kind of took me out of there. Do-do-do-do. Oh man, I really had to. I feel like you gotta like adjust your brakes right. A little too loose for me. Oh yeah, we're also trying the funky chicken tail whip. You guys know how to do the funky chicken tail whip? There's not a how-to on YouTube. I've landed one. Surprisingly, it's kind of crazy. Spencer Forsman, by the way, shout out to Spencer Forsman. He might be watching right now. But shout out to Spencer Forsman. Dude's a gnarly rider, and he streams on Twitch. His name is Apocalypse. I don't know how to spell it. It's not apocalypse, it's apocalypse. He saw my only funky chicken tail I've ever landed. See if he tried doing that one. Ooh. I just started like bouncing. I feel like we're leveling up the front wheel a little bit. Just a tad. What other... I guess we practice some cliffhangers. It's just fall. Let's get prepared to fall, everybody. Yeah. Lately I've been doing a cliffhanger regimen every day, so you get to see me. I haven't landed one in here. Actually, I have landed a sketchy one in here, but I'm gonna tighten the cranks up a little bit. This trick is beating me up, man. Cliffhanger practice. You guys have any tips? I'd love to hear it. I don't know how they just hold it so good. Maybe I should do a bar small. Let's try a bar small. Okay, we're doing pretty good, I think. It's easier bar smaller. I kind of don't like how you get hung up in it. Like when you do, it is easier to get into this way, but if you fall, you kind of like get tangled up in the bike more. That's the other thing about like doing it bar small. Like you kind of have to like get used to like hang fiving with your bars. All weird. Come on. Right. They make this trick look easy, but man, I've been struggling with this trick. Shout out to you guys that do cliffhangers. You guys are crazy. You gotta get like that right, like, cause like it's like you're balancing with your foot, but then you have to like kind of like, you kind of can't put like too much swing on it when you like get in your foot right there, cause it kind of like kicks you a little bit. That's what it feels like. Maybe that's why I'm messing up. I'm not timing it right. This thing is scary. I feel like I got a little bit better today, but stuck on it. Strange this young. Maybe this ain't cliffhanger song. We haven't taken a good fall today. I'm expecting it any one of these now. Wasn't that bad. That was scary. It is scary. Man, so you can't be scared of, that's the thing about this trick, I feel. You just gotta commit. I think Alex Jublin says something like that in How To. Can't hesitate. I'll be right back. Glory be to the Lord. So this is actually one of these tricks that I noticed believers tend to do. I don't know why they do it, but I mean, I guess I understand why you're lifting your hands up, but it is a hard one for me. I don't know why I can't do it yet. Let's keep practicing it.
Okay, I like these. Nice to go through them.
Three, two, one, here we go. Whatever we do, do for the glory of God. What verse is that? You guys know that verse? Whether we eat or drink, let us do it for the glory of God. Okay, let's try and do this trick then. Why is this trick so hard? I think it's easier this way, so we're going to keep doing it this way. The reason why I didn't want to learn it this way is because I feel like if I do learn it, it's harder to do combos this way, but it's okay. I just want to land it at this point. We're getting closer little by little, everybody, I think. Come on. I give up right now. I think I need to practice like the double-footed steamroller more. This one. Oh, there was another one too. I think it was half packer. You guys know how to do the half packer? I haven't done one yet, but you like start out like this, and then you like swing. How do they do it? That one's cool. Someone said that this is the first double-footed trick they learned, so maybe we can give it a go. How did they learn it? They went like this. You put your leg over this, I think. And you just keep doing that. And then they said, like Matthias said to lean a little bit more. Oh wait, no, that's what he said. He said you should just get good at this and then just lifting this up like this. And then once you learn that, you turn your bars a little bit, grab the seat, and eventually you go like this. That was hard. You make it look easy, but it's hard. How do they do that? Okay, so you start this way, put your leg over, and I think I'm just going to ride it.
So you think you know ways? Do you really? First up, we got shape video masks. You can use different shapes to create completely different vibes and aesthetics.
We got a show trick. Let's do a show trick. Shout out to Chris Bone for teaching this one.
Oh, I messed it up. Why did I do the generator? Everything worked out except for that. I should have not done the generator. It was fun. That's what matters. See if we get this other one now. Pretty good song, huh? I dig this song. What do you guys think about this song? It's like a chill beat. Otta. I gotta say that song. No, okay it is. It kind of sounds like Resident Evil, doesn't it? Yeah, I wonder if they did that in the background. I think they actually. Huh. You think they sampled Resident Evil? I think they might have. It kind of sounds like Resident Evil, the background music for Resident Evil. Ashtra. Lotus but no cigar. Trying to get the 7-whip, man. All I want is the 7-whip in here. How can I do a 7-whip, bro? I give up. I keep doing this thing. Almost hit that head in the head in the bar. That's sketchy. Let's see here. Let's see what other beats this guy has. Interesting. What's this? Intriguing. What do we have here?
Ghost. Just starting that engine. Starting the engine for the Lord. Let's dance for the Lord. The Lord has turned my morning into dancing. Sorry, I don't know the exact verse, but there's a verse like that. Oh, come on. I'm so bad at that. And I know not many people watch the BMX segment because people they start leaving the BMX segment. I don't know how to make it more entertaining, honestly. I feel like it's just not entertaining if you don't ride BMX. Unless you're just kind of a, I don't know, just like to see me struggle. That's cool. Honestly, the Bible study is the most important part, so. How do you land that trick? Dude, this dude does some really good beats. It's kind of interesting now, like, I've listened to so many beats now that I kind of like, I can see styles now. I mean, it is pretty obvious that there's different styles, but from seeing different artists, I can tell now. Oh my god. Almost ate it. Oh, I almost did it. Why can't I land this thing, dude? It's gonna happen. I'm doing it in a different variation, by the way. Because I think, so I'm doing the backpeg variation. I used to do it this way. I used to do it where I kick off right here and then go around right. The problem is when you kick off right here, there's like too much force. So what I saw some people do is they do the boomerang or flail and they land right here. And I think it's easier that way because you can actually roll a little bit. You could roll a little bit and then you put your foot right there and then you kick off right there and you can actually get back into another one. I saw someone do like 4 of them in a row that way. Doing that one. I wonder if this is the same song. What's the other? Oh! was it right there. Bro, this is the same song. This dude put the same song twice. I don't know if you knew that.
Babushka. Babushka.
I don't know about this beat.
Don't know about this one then.
There's also a decade to Boomerang. Oh my goodness, I almost landed it. Bro. We're super close, like, I mean, that one was actually what I was kind of going for, but that's one I haven't landed yet either. Boom, oh, that's decade, half Boomerang, fakie, fire hydrant, decade. Ooh, song. I wonder if people are just lurking. You gotta watch me. Oops. What if you could just fly like this? How crazy would that be? You're just like this. Dude, that would be so cool. If you could just fly. Like that. Woo! Oh yeah, decade 2, Boomerang. At Boomerang decade. Ayata. Well, you know, shout outs to this guy. There's actually a dude that learned the double decade today. So shout outs to whoever this guy is. Actually, I'm going to shout him out right now. There was a dude that landed a double decade today, and if you guys don't know, this trick is very challenging. So I'm gonna give this guy a shout out because this dude was rocking across while he's doing it. So let's see. Let's observe this guy right now. This guy right here. Look at that. He landed the double decker while wearing a cross. He's been after this trick for 2.5 years. 2.5 years to learn this trick. Bro. And you're rocking the cross, bro? Dude, that is so awesome. That dude is so happy, right? I've given up. Let's watch it again. I've given up on this trick. And this guy learned it. Dude, that trick is so gnarly. Oh my god, that dude's so happy. I would be that happy too, because I've given up on that trick. Like, shout outs to Courage Oscar, that's who did it, by the way. Great job. Round of applause for Courage Oscar, this guy. If you guys don't know, I mean, I don't know, maybe I just think the double decade's hard, but it's like, Well, I mean, we could try it right here, but it's hard. I've given up on it. This guy makes really chill beats. I wonder how he learned it. Maybe I should send him a message. Like, bro, how did you learn that? Oh, it's freaking hard, bro. That's all I know. I'm also just in my seat at the moment. Let's just do the one that I was trying to do. I ain't like Courage level. Shout out to Courage, you're gnarly, bro. This one I'm doing is way easier. Any tips? That's hard. I give up. What other one? Why is my chain going out? That's weird. Chain's about to break. I'm glad I caught that. Where is the... There it is. Where is the culprit? There it is. You like chill hop, huh? It's weird. It must have been when I did that sprocket stall. What's this song? Let's see this song out. I don't know if I'm digging the style. New style. A little too slow for my tastes. Oh, maybe we could try to do. Hey, I got a new one.
We got a new decade. Okay, this one's for courage. He landed the double decade. I'm going to try and land one that I haven't landed before. I need to adjust my bike. We're going to land the no-hander to decade. The MBD. Just kidding. I don't know. Someone's probably done it already, but. So, what we first going to do is, we're going to clean our rim off. Because we need ultimate braking stoppage to land this maneuver. I don't think I've landed it yet, so today might be the day. We're going to do a rocket. We're going to do an endo rocket no-hander to endo decade. A rad-tastic maneuver. Radical, dude. Gnarly, dude. We're hitting the waves. We're getting tubular. Okay, let's do this. Let's see if it even works anymore. I forgot how to do it. Okay, so we go up. Oh, I haven't done this in a while. Really cool. Oh, I don't know what's happening, but.
Breathing clairs and clear is like
Pretty crosswalk like this.
Okay, right. This one's for you, Courage, out there. Shout out to Courage. He landed the double decade wearing a cross. Hopefully I can land a decade maneuver wearing a cross as well today. It's like hard to like balance it out a little bit. That's why I kind of gave up on this one. Oh, that was right there. It looks so cheesy, I don't care. It's hard for me. It's actually a new PR for me if I land it. I haven't landed this one yet.
It is challenging. It's hard to like balance the little no-hander for a little bit. Come on. Why is it so hard? Like it seems so easy, right? You just do a little no-hander, go in, do a dickie. Sorry, everybody. Apologize, this might be a little bit of a grind today. We're doing this with courage. Maybe we can land it, maybe I'll fail today, but... Oh my god, I'm still right there. See, that one was close. That one was close right there. Come on. Bro. It doesn't seem hard, but that little... It's hard to like kind of get your bike kind of like centered back again. I feel like it just should be super easy, but it's kind of challenging. That was it. Darn. That was it right there, another one.
This is the cheesiest line, but
Man, it took a little bit of time. I did a correction hop, but oh well. This one, that's what matters, right? I hope you guys are doing good. Let's read scripture since you're over here. Know well the condition of your flocks and give attention to your herds. Proverbs 27:23. Know well the condition of your flocks and give attention to your herds. Interesting. Well, if we can try and apply this, how would we do that? I guess maybe just giving words of encouragement. Yeah, about a second. What would you do like a different combo from that? Pretty good song right here. I'm digging this song. Chill out and do these. Good song right there.
With email authenticity guarantee, it's checked by expert.
Let's do this one. Save. This album. Huh. do funky chicken to steamroller. To switch hand steamroller pumping. Oh, I'm tired now. I'm gonna go draw now. I think it's time to draw a picture, so get time to draw a picture now. Tired. So we're gonna pack up our bags and we're gonna take a little art class today. And we get to continue the adventure of Bible BMX adventures, where hopefully the skills we learn, we can go out into the lands far and wide and hopefully plant some more seeds of faith. So this concludes the BMX portion of the stream. I think we did land. Oh, we did land something. We landed the decade thing. Shout outs to Courage. Now we're gonna go inside. We're gonna go draw a character. Today is character drawing day. So, pack up our bags and let's head on inside. Intriguing. Let's see here. This is the cool thing about this little Bible is you can just put it in your pocket. Pocket Bible. Alrighty. Let's grab our music device, the laptop. Get inside. Let's grab our water. Hope I got the lights on in a while. It's so dark in here. Holy, holy, holy. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord.
Okay. Yesterday. Yeah, that one was cringy. Let me put this break sign up. I'm gonna be playing artwork here. Oh, I need to get washed up and we're gonna draw a character today. Hopefully, maybe. What else am I gonna do? Something like that. Wash my hands. Let's plug your laptop in. Man, I've been seeing some people and they actually sing the Bible. Do you guys know how to sing the Bible? I have to shout out to those guys. They literally just read the verses, but they sing it out. Like, that is interesting. That's very interesting how they do that. Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, we get to put on a BMX video. We can watch a BMX video, dudes and girls. Anybody watching? Let us see here. Oh, did my internet go out? Nope. Let's see. Streetland hybrid. Trials mysteries. We have been going. We go in this one. Oops. Oopsies. Flip it up. Skip. Now that's funny. Funny little monkey. Oh man, come on. What is wrong with this piece of paper? There we go. There we go. Now, what should I draw today? I guess I'll draw some sort of character. I don't know, what should we draw? Should I just do another armor of God, like... Should I just do another armor of God thing? I mean, that's generally what I normally do. I don't know what to draw, so I end up just drawing an armor of God character. I kind of want to use a different color. Let's see if we can get a different green up here. We've been using the normal green, but let's see. I kind of want to use this color, maybe. Oh, but it's all like... Let's try it. I'm going to break this lead right here, because I like a blunted pencil. So we're going to use this razor. We're going to blend this pencil out. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to use this color. We're just going to go back to our normal color. I just always use that other pencil, like, see this one? This one is just like, let's blunt right there now. Blunt pencil right there, man. Put music up in here. Welcome. Huh. Well, welcome. I'm looking for. I guess we'll just draw a character with. Wait, what did we do a Bible study? Oh yeah, we did a Bible study on healing words. Oh my goodness. I don't like, sometimes I just don't know what to do. Like if I do the Bible study and then I do a drawing. Like should I try and relate it? Like what am I supposed to draw? How do you relate healing words with something? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we could do one like that. Yeah, we could maybe do, Sorry, but I'm thinking right here. What about thinking up in here, man? Let's see. Healing words. How do you draw healing words? Well, how would you draw a character? I mean, I guess let's just draw a knight. Let's just draw like a shepherd knight with a bike or something like that. Yeah, maybe? No. Let's just start it. Let's just start it. Yeah, let's just go for it. Let's just send it. Let's just send it, boys. Listen, girls, we're just gonna send it and try and draw something, man. Where's my tape at? Okay, so we can zoom this in just a little bit. Let's turn this down just a bit. Zoom this in. And for some reason this light's a little bit pushed back. Let's push this a little bit more forward. So a little bit more light up in here. Why is it like that? Strange. It should be. Sorry, I'm adjusting some things. Like that. Oh wait, I have to push this rock up. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. Sorry, everybody. Just getting everything set up.
dude, this guy's really gnarly. He's inspired me a lot. Shout out to Tim Knoll. Very amazing writer. Very gnarly writer. Oh, dude, that's a good one to learn right there. What's that one called? Man, some of these tricks, I don't even know what they're called. What in the world? He did a, what is that? Rolling flagpole to, oh my goodness, to fire whip? Holy shnik, to front yard? What is this dude on? Amazing. Wow, that was really hard. I wonder how long that line took him. The dude literally did a fakey rolling flagpole to multi-fire hydrant to front yard? Oh man. It probably took that dude like 3 years to learn. That's brutal. Shout out to Tim Knoll. Okay, what are we doing, everybody? We're going to be drawing a character of some sort. Oh, I forgot I could just change it like that. Welcome, travelers. Welcome to the drawing segment of the stream. We're going to be drawing a character today. I think we're just going to basically just do the simple character design thing of just drawing a bike and a person. I'll try and find... Let me put on a BMX video real quick. We can watch. I think it's what, Props 53? Props 53. It's one I don't think I've seen in a very long time. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe that wasn't it. Oh, here it is. It's 45. Okay, let's do this. So we're going to start with the portion of this character. I'm going to try and draw a helmet on this dude so I don't have to draw as much. So we're going to go starting with our line of action. Let's see here. How is this going to be placed on the page? I think, well, generally, I think we're going to put it right here and then put the bike right here. All right, let's go for it. So we're going to place our character in with our line of action. So let us begin. We're actually going to take our other pencil and we're quickly going to just block in our proportions like we normally do, right? Try and put a helmet on here or like a halo. So let's just see if this proportion grid is going to work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. This is going to be a 3/4 character because it's way easier to draw. I'm just drawing so many of that way. So we're going to place that in a perspective line like that. Zoom this in a little bit. Okay. We're going to establish that this is going to be a male character. Now, from the readings of George Bridgman on how to draw figures, it's pretty simple of how he goes about doing it. We start with the 3 immovable masses of the head, the torso, and the pelvis. This is going to be generally not a action pose. If you wanted to do an action pose, you can push this line of action in so many different variables. If Andy and Wings was in here, I would actually show how we do some of the warm-ups to get into doing some of this stuff. But I think what we're going to get into is we're just going to get into drawing the torso of the figure. And we're also going to place where our pelvis is going to be. The pelvis is generally around 4. And so let's see here. We're going to think about the 3 immovable masses as giant blocks of mass. Split them in half. Pushed up. We could change it on the fly. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.5 is at the end of the knees. The shin bone is curved, so we're going to draw a curved shin bone. We know that that's at the end of the proportion grid. Actually, I kind of want to listen to some some RPG music. Oh, I forgot to change it to art, didn't I? Oopsies. I'm going to be playing art now. Okay, so let's see here. I'm like having a staff or something. Okay, so we have our 3 movable masses. Let's actually block the head out, because this is part of the 3 movable masses, so we're going to block the head out. Trying to think about this figure in terms of simplest shapes and then building up. You know, like you see a lot of the artists, they draw just simple shapes. Well, there's a reason why they draw it in simple shapes. Partially why people draw in simple shapes is generally because especially if you're like animating something, or you're, you know, throwing something into a perspective grid. You know, if we were to, you know, say some person wanted me to draw this character in a different angle, right? Well, since we have this proportion grid set out, in a sense, we can use the same proportion grid in actually any single perspective angle. And it's kind of mathematic, it's all weird, but you can actually take this proportion grid, throw it into the vanishing point, and basically draw this figure in any single angle. So in some sense, a lot of the people that do like animations or drawing like that, it seems like they're actually kind of sculpting, but they're sculpting with the pencil, right? We're thinking about these things as big blocks of shapes, simple shapes actually. And we're just building it upon that. Okay, so let's see here. Start with this arm right here. We're going to start with the deltoid. Now the deltoid's thrown into, or not thrown, but it's built into 3 muscle groups. It's the front deltoid, side deltoid, and then there's a back deltoid. I'm pretty sure. I'm thinking I actually kind of, yeah, for sure. So the delt, and then the thing is with the delts, we can kind of arc things and find that other point of reference if we arc things around like that. Now what we're going to do, we're going to go into our bicep. Oops, I messed that up. Bicep, our tricep, our forearm. So I kind of got sketchily wrong. I'm just going to quickly mask that hand in. I know the hands are really hard. And I think I got that wrong, darn it. Darn it. So we're gonna put a staff on this guy up in here. Oops. Okay, so from these arc points, we can figure out partially how to. Now there is a mathematical way you can do this with the arcs, but right now we're just kind of guessing. Which, but if you were like, if I know there is a way that you can find the stuff out without having to really guess as much if you're really trying to draw it in a different angle. See, so we arc this right here, arc this bicep, arc the end of the deltoid. Find these, and we're thinking about these as little masses as well. Let's push this figure out a little bit over here now. Actually, I need to zoom this out a bit. Now we're in the RPG. This is basically, it's kind of like playing an RPG game. But this is an RPG game where all you need is some basic paper and some colored pencils and mechanical pencils, and you can play this RPG game basically anywhere. It's pretty cool. Though a lot of people are saying the robots are taking over, but yeah, so let's see here. How am I going to do this up in here? Let's try and draw like... I don't know what I'm doing. Let's draw a Bible. To honor the Lord. Every time I don't know what to draw, at least I know we could draw a floating Bible to somehow give glory to the Lord. Probably like a bike right here or something. Should we draw a helmet or should we draw something else? Let's draw a helmet. Let's see if we can. Now I like doing these drawings in one sitting because I don't know if I've just become ADD or what, but it also just kind of like gives me just like I'm not as much as an anxiety. Just because if I mess it up, then I'm like, okay, the next day I'm just going to draw something else. Dude, this guy right here, Brian Wisniewski, he does some gnarly lines. That dude did a turn down to ice pick, I'm pretty sure, down a rail. which is insane. I've never seen anybody else do that. Turn down to ice pick on a rail? That is insane, bro. I wonder if anybody else has done that. There has to be someone else that... Or maybe that was somebody else. I'm pretty sure Brian Wozmerski did that. Okay, what are we doing here? Let's put a leaf bag on here. That's what happens if I don't know what to draw. No, let's just draw a leaf bag right here. Oh, there's some flat line in this one. Let's have a robe on this dude. So actually, if you guys get into like drapery design, it is good to. So actually, what's interesting is if you read the book of Bridgman on how to construct a figure, it's kind of strange because actually at the very end of the book, he says that that's when you start placing the drapery on a figure. But if you have this base concept, it's almost like you're just playing an RPG game. Where it's like, okay, well, what kind of character do you want? You just draw the character and you just draw the stuff on it, right? I guess the big one is the proportion. If you can just get that down, then building it from that and then getting the 3 immovable masses really, really helps. Ooh, Vic, dude, this guy right here, he still rides. Oh, dude, I used to have that frame, bro. That was my first Flatland frame. Man, maybe I should start... Dude, it's crazy. Vicky Gomez is gnarly. What up, Prices? What you doing, bro? What up, dude? Why haven't you been streaming, bro? I haven't seen you on in a while, huh? You could stream anywhere, huh? Don't you have that sort of internet? Oh. Yeah, dude, these guys are not... What's crazy is this video is actually very old, too. You guys are crazy. Okay, let's think about that. We're gonna put our drapery in. So the drapery, so if you guys want to learn how to draw drapery, see this thing, you know what, I forgot what that thing's called. It's called a little, if you see like the clip, it's like a clip thing for the cloaks. You know, if you see Lord of the Rings, they like have that little weird clip thing. Well, they have that clip thing for a reason. And so the cloak, the style of cloak that I'm drawing at the moment right here, it's actually, let's just do a little schematic. If you guys want to see a schematic of this cloak that we're trying to attempt to draw, it's actually a piece of, it's like a big blanket, right? So imagine a blanket like this, right? And what they do is they take this section and this section, they wrap it down like that, wrap this one down like that, they clip it, which that clip is right there, and then they take this section and then this section and then those go in like that, in the belt. This is actually where the belt is. So if you figure that out, and you can actually do this in reality, I think they actually use maybe a bit of a bigger, they probably use something more like that. So then when this one goes over here, that goes like that, and then that goes like that around the figure like this. All from a single sheet. Now, I know they use a clip like this, like that, but also you can use a rock. And you can use a rock like that and then tie, put the drapery around the rock, and then you could tie it like that. And this is kind of like the schematic of the drapery that we're trying to attempt to draw on this character, which is pretty simple. Yeah, the old video, I like the old video vibe too. I don't think I've even seen this video before. Hopefully there's anything that'll get me in trouble. So.
Oh, that's funny. There's like old like video game commercials. Okay, so this is like the pin thing. So we know a lot of the pivot points for the drapery are going to be at this pivot, right? Because that's where they're connecting it like that. And it goes around the figure and actually goes in and through into the belt. That's the one that I learned. Now, if you look at a lot of them don't use that style, but that's the style that we're attempting to draw right here. So the blanket goes in like that, and you could undo that, and it'd be a full-on blanket. Now, see, it goes right here, and then this is where we would get that. There we go. Maybe we could have like a, you could have it like patched up. Now see how I like curved these lines a little bit? I curved these lines because this is actually why a lot of people don't like drapery, is because if you don't build the figure foundation underneath the drapery, a lot of this stuff doesn't really work very good if you were just to guess it. But the other problem is that why people don't like to do it is because they're like, oh, I don't want to draw something that I'm just going to cover on top of it, right? And I went through the same thing. It can get very annoying at times, having to draw the figure, the groundwork figure, and then drawing something like you're just redoing the drawing, kind of. I need a different song up in here. I think I had. Let's see here. Man, Gary Young still rides too. It's actually crazy seeing all the guys that still ride. I'm like, man, that's really crazy. That dude ate it. Oh my goodness, he freaking messed his old ankle up. I don't know what to draw, so we're just gonna draw a little seedling. What are we doing here? I guess maybe you could have a shield or something. I guess maybe I could put a shield right there. Let's have him have like a breastplate. Like he's gonna have like armor underneath his drapery. want to put a shield here. I don't know where I'd put it. I guess we could put a shield right there. Huh. Should we put a shield right here, maybe? Like a little shield, like a little buckler? Just playing an RPG game, everybody. Playing Bible BMX Adventures, the sequel. Do, 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 do. Let's just go for it. I guess let's see, where would we put the bike? It's so funny. I just don't know what I'm doing. I'm just like, all right, we'll put a bike in it. Like it's. Oh well, it's so cheesy, but oh well. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I want to draw a bike. I'm gonna put a bike in there. I know it's really random though, but. I think the bike's pretty fun to draw though. We can add, because I feel like this is what got me into it, because I'm like thinking about like honor God and all that you do. So I'm like, all right, well I'm just gonna try and put it in everything then, right? Okay, let's see here. Maybe this guy could have a raven. Raven. Okay, let's do our second layer now. Our second layer will be this pencil now. Let's just go for it, I guess. Let's start with our hardest areas first, and we're actually going to start this helmet right here.
this character looks weird now. That's what I say with all of them, huh? Ah, fudge. Oh, man. I'm just always just doubting of what I'm even doing. It kind of reminds me of like the graffiti section now. We're in like kind of the graffiti stuff, just kind of just scribbling stuff. This isn't set correctly. I don't think. We could do like an open helmet too. There's so many different styles of helmets we could do up in here. Ain't digging it. I think I need to set this head a little higher. Let's just redo it. That's why we start with the hardest things first, because I'm just going to redo it until we catch something. Try not to get frustrated. But that's how it goes sometimes. Where is my green pencil? There it is. Trying to do a helmet, but it's hard. I think I got the the box wrong. It actually needs to go down, I think, like that. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Okay, let's try it again. It's weird because there's so many minute little things that does occur. If you change some of the boxes, very, very little minute things can start happening. Let's try it again. You know what, I actually haven't drawn a helmet character in a while, I think. Maybe that's why I'm a little more frustrated. Should work because it's in the framework of. Okay, so the eyes. I think that's what kind of makes the helmets kind of hard to draw, because you have to kind of think about what's underneath them. Because you can guess a lot of this stuff too, you know. And that's why this box is really, really important for me personally. Okay, let's see. This one might work out. Okay. Trying to do one of these cheesy like paladin winged helmets. I don't know if it was the option to take, but I can already drew it in there, but why is this one so hard? This character was going pretty good in the beginning, but now it's getting a little bit challenging for me. Just a lot of these minute little things that make it really weird. Just put a bunch of crosses up in here. Kind of want to put like a little halo right there. Maybe we could put a little seed. Could put something up in there. We're just crafting this little armor piece. That's how I'm seeing it right now. We're just crafting this little armor piece. I don't think it's coming in yet. Okay, let's work on the head and then the hands. The hardest parts first. I think I need some different music. Yeah, we'll just listen to this, I guess.
Oh, see, I always I'm like, I'm gonna work on the hardest things first, and I start drifting over here. And just stay focused. It's because I don't want to draw this hand, so I try and draw some other stuff because I don't want to draw it. Okay, let's try and draw this hand up in here. Let's see here. It's not set correctly. Let's get this right. What a weird song. New song. Oh, these are all different ones we don't want to listen to.
Start clean with Clorox.
I just got a link to track a
3, 2, 1. Okay, let's just keep focusing on these hard things. Even though I don't want to draw them, we're going to focus on it. Because this is what Brad Rainey said to do. Shout outs to Brad Rainey, another believer. Believer that draws. Draw a pivot point. Let's actually start drawing this, and we're going to try and work this way so I don't start smearing this stuff. That's another thing I forgot to do. Gotta get a piece of paper. That is another kind of aspect if you draw like the hard stuff first and then like, because I actually did smear it a little bit right there. Okay, but let's work on this. Some buds on here. It's like turned. It is kind of turned, huh? It's kind of weird he has a shield right there, huh? I have to take the shield out. Oh, darn it. Oh, well. I mean, no, he should have a shield. In all circumstances, take up the shield of faith, by which you can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. Shoutouts to you guys that know which staff budded. There's a particular staff in the scriptures which budded. Life. Let us promote life and not death, hopefully. I mean, how would you draw that? How do you promote life and not death? Right? I mean, I guess you're drawing things that are living. I don't know. Plants and stuff. What do you guys think? I don't know. That probably make no sense whatsoever. It's so weird. It's so weird. He has a staff and then a shield. I think it's kind of cool. I don't know. Grow the seeds of faith.
Memory,
What is
your
this?
ability to form.
Is this on copyright? Nope. Wow, it's not on copyright. It's not on copyright, travelers. Okay, so we have the tricep. Ah, fudge, I messed up. Screw it. Can't go back now, man. Make it out for me. It's a little squirrel or something right there. Right down here. I want to watch you flatland. Flatland. That's props issue 72. Let me find a BMX video real quick. Oh, that's what we could watch. Tricks 101. Tricks 101. BMX. BMX.
I love that Tuesdays at B-Dubs is BOGO half off traditional wings. Every week I save so much, I get...
How did the staffs like curl back? This is weird, huh? I'm gonna listen to this right now. It's a little strange for at the moment. Oops, darn it. Just gonna have to go with it. I'm gonna put a patch right here. Zoom it in. I think I could zoom it in a little more. And the leaf bags are always fun. I'll admit, I always just really like drawing the leaf bags. They're fun. I'll put a little cross right here. It ain't that hard to honor the Lord, right? That's what I want. If I could ask the Lord one thing, it's like, how much do you want me to honor you, Lord? Do you want me to go full out? Do you want me to just honor you in everything? Or do you want me to just honor you a little bit? I don't know, right? I can ask you, Lord. That's what I'm pondering about. Because, I mean, how crazy would it be if I did this entire drawing and I did just one little cross like that, right? I could do that. Okay, how are we going to draw this part? Okay, so we arc it. Should we see a little bit of that deltoid? I think we would. That song's weird, huh? New song.
Let's put another like patch. The patches are good because you can indicate form. You can indicate form with the patches. You know, like say I wanted to put a patch right there. I can turn it. And even though it seems so minuscule, right? That little turning of that form kind of gives it some weight to it. It's a good, like, it's kind of like almost, it's like kind of like that graffiti thing, right? You know, like how you put a little patch thing right there. Can you put another one right there? You know, it's like, I want to put something right there. Okay, so from our schematics, so see how this drapery actually goes back. I actually messed that up. I should have actually had that as a straight line. Oh, well. This drapery goes like this, goes under the arm. That actually makes no sense right there. I messed that up, darn it. Oh my goodness, I messed that up completely. That looks so weird right now. Oh, fudge. I messed it up, didn't I? I think I have to push this up a little bit. I thought it would have worked. Or can't. Or maybe it did work. Maybe I'm just tripping out. See, that's the other thing. Sometimes it can get very confusing. That part I definitely messed up. Fudge. But it doesn't. Oh. We're going with it. Screw it. Sometimes there just ain't enough time to. You just gotta get stuff done. That's how I see it now. Because I used to nitpick everything. Which I probably will change it actually. Yeah, actually I think I need to bring this bicep up. I don't like that. Fudge. That's too big. I don't know if I should even do that. People are gonna get all tripped out. Why is there a hole right there? Let's not do it. Man, that's actually really challenging right there. I messed that up. Fudge. Oh well. New song. This looks weird. Oh, I'm I'm actually going to see if this is on copyright. I think it is on copyright, but let's just check to see. I think it is on copyright. I mean, let's see. Is this on copyright? Oh, it's not on copyright. Wow. Intriguing. Interesting. Okay, so let's draw this drapery. Another patch. Patches are fun to draw. Dude, this dude's doing trials up in there. That's hilarious. Shout outs to that dude. Shout outs to just repping the trials community, man. Just playing I just gotta think about an RPG game. We're just playing an RPG game. We're playing Bible BMX Adventures. Welcome to Bible BMX Adventure, where we can be part of the story and give glory to God in everything that we're doing. People might think you're crazy, but oh well. There's that one verse that says, "We shall love the Lord our God with all our heart, our soul, our mind, and our strength." The strength one trips me out because I'm like, bro, that one's like brutal. Like, it's like, man, if you really think about it, it's like brutal for me, I guess. Okay, let's draw these sandals. Let's draw some hobbit feet. Actually, no, we're not going to draw hobbit feet on this guy. Now, in the Bridgman book, I know I brought up Bridgman a lot, but that's actually where I learned how to figure draw. He says to imagine the feet like squares, or the toes like squares. I've just always remembered that. Oops, I need to pull this out a little bit. I'll zoom it out. Now, we are for peace, by the way, because I know some people think I'm drawing violent characters, so I apologize. Anybody out there, I apologize if this looks like a violent character, okay? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to promote violence. So I'm going to draw a giant peace sign right there, just so everybody understands that
I know some of you guys get tripped out. I guess nobody on Twitch gets tripped out. It's just some of the... I'm wondering if it's just older people that get tripped out. I have gotten some comments that trip me out. I'm like, bro. I'm like, but actually, no, it actually was good. I'm glad that they said that to me. Because honestly, I guess I wouldn't have never known. We're going to draw a giant peace sign right here. Sandals. Huh. Maybe I should just make this a shin guard or something. See how this like curves right here? Let's try and take this and go with the form. Even though that looks terrible, but we're trying to go for that. Okay, let's see here. Let's draw this foot now. See, it's like, man, that Brad Rigney technique, bro. It's so crazy because he's a believer. He's the one that told me to do that. Draw the hardest things first, and then everything else is just kind of like easy mode. I'm never gonna forget that. You know, you draw the head, you draw the hands, even though you don't want to draw them. You just focus in on that, and then like everything else just kind of like emerges from those hard parts. Because you can spend a lot of time like over here or over here or over here, work on. So shout out to Brad Rainey. Thank you for telling me that, man. Really appreciate that. Let's see. Shout out to the OG, the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ. Now, it ain't too hard to give him honor, right? All you gotta do is just whoop. I mean, how hard is that really? How hard is it to draw a little cross on something? Like, straight up, if I had a question for the Lord, I'd be like, do you want me to just go full bore? Do you really want me to honor you with everything, like, everything that I have, like, or do you just want me to just do it just a little bit? I don't know. Oh, I did that wrong. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Another day, another victory for the OG. Where is that from? The only reason I know about it is because Lean Beef Patties talks about it. Shout out to Lean Beef Patty. Chick's gnarly. Badu bagu badi. Drawing a little Bible BMX Adventures, where you can be a part of the story yourself, and we can go out into the lands and plant seeds of faith and seek first the kingdom of God. No matter what we eat or whether we drink, we can give glory to the Lord. I don't know if that one really worked out a little bit. There's kind of like a tangent right there. That's kind of digging it. Dude, that trick's cool. I want to learn that trick. Just straight up, just like it's like a Miami hopper, but you jump up and do a no-hander. Let's see. What else can I draw in here? I kind of want to like draw like big leaf armor right there, because we have like the leaf belt. We could draw leaf armor. Leaf armor or no leaf armor? That is the question. Interesting. Intriguing. Should I draw the little seed of faith? Oh, good. Right here. The seed of faith. Let us grow the seeds of faith.
Let us love our enemies. We do not kill people, we turn them into trees. I'm just kidding. Actually, if you think about the parable of the sower, I mean, take that with a big grain of salt. I'm sorry if I offended anybody. I'm just trying to have some fun. Oh, that is pretty cool. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, here we go. Let's ride bicycle. We can drive a BMX bike. I like to ride the BMX bike. Honor the Lord in everything we do. And acknowledge God in all your ways, and He will direct our steps. Sorry, Lord, if this one was not good. Let me think about this real quick. It's kind of funny because this guy has a little seed growing on his head. He's got a little plant growing on his head. What is that up there? Is that a little plant? That little plant baby up on there? I don't like this. This is all messed up, isn't it? Fudge. It is messed up. Plant baby, plant baby, plant baby. What? It's kind of cool. Look, we just hide crosses in here. It's hilarious, dude. Look at this. We just go. Took 2 seconds. Like, what? Is that a random cross in there? How many crosses we got up in here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 crosses on this character. Maybe that's what I should do. I should do like an I Spy. How many crosses can you find? Dude, that dude almost... Did you guys just see that? That guy that just aired out? That dude almost killed that kid right there. He was so close to smashing that kid, like... And that kid was just so oblivious of just like, yeah, what's going on? Okay, let's draw a bicycle. These are fun to draw. Now we get to be the bike designers. And if I was a bike designer, bro, I'd be repping some. Actually, I don't know what I'd be repping. In terms of geometry, I do really like the old school kind of like. I do like the decade stand. I think those look pretty cool. I don't know. I feel like it's like unuseful, but Trevor Meyer, he did say he liked the decade stand, but I'm like, why? I don't know. Like, I don't see him doing that many decades. I wonder what he uses it for. I found it. Let's see here. Where's my charger? Wait up, I need to go get my charger real quick. Where is it? There we go, let's plug this in. Let's see. Hey, different playlist up in here. This is not on copyright. We could listen to this. Let's shred the tubes, dude. Shred the gnar, dude. Alright, let's draw this bicycle. Generally how I've been drawing the bike is I'll just generally just take the proportion of this figure and then rough it out. Kind of have it right there. I don't know if that's where I should place it because that's where, I mean, that's kind of where we had it. I like drawing bikes. We get to design our own bike. We're going beyond the means of what's made in the factories, travelers. We're getting into realms of our own designs. The designs of any geometry we want. Bro, if I was full on sponsored, I would just be like, bro, I want to try out so many different geometries. Like, I want to try freaking, like, every single angle. They'd probably think I was crazy. But that's the thing is if you get into flatland, man, dude, people are OCD about their bike geometry. Like, straight up, like. Oh, these forks are a little weird. A little strange up in the. Because generally how I've been drawing the bike geometry is I'll do shin bone into that, and then I'll kind of roughly kind of just gauge, okay, so that's going to go like that. We roughly do another circle right there, and it's generally just a little bit less, just because people's chainstays have been getting a little bit shorter. Now the thing is that what I was actually told, if you actually watch Scotty Kramer's video about, I think it was on Mike Laird or something like that, he actually said that they build the bikes from the seat tube. Or maybe that's just how Mike Laird builds them. I don't know, right? And it's kind of strange because he builds it like on the seat tube. So if you get this angle right here, and we get that angle of the seat tube, then we can figure out the angle of this, and then this is the head tube angle. Now it's weird because I actually heard people in the 80s used to run like a 74 degree I think there were some companies that were doing like 74, which is weird because I think a lot of companies nowadays they go just straight to 75 or 75.5. Kind of gauge it. These look like actually kind of maybe like, and it's so cool when you start drawing bikes. You're like, okay, well, what kind of geometry do I want, huh? I think it's fun. And though I probably could never be pro, but that's why people told me, just ride for the Lord. And I'm like, all right. We'll just ride for the Lord and just, we can't be pro, but we can be pro-verb. Okay, let's see here. Oh, this does a little janky. Getting a little jank-tastic up in here. Let's see. Okay, swing of the head tube. There's a gusset right there. Seat tube bends out inside. Split that in half. I think I got this wrong right up in here. It's a little jank. It's a little janky up in here, everybody. I'm sorry. You can just draw a bike right here. It's straight up hilarious. It's like this it's like so funny just seeing like this character right here, and then you're just like, what in the world, is that a bike? Like, it's funny. Now the reason why I just started doing it is just because of that one verse about give glory to God in everything you do, acknowledge God in all your ways, and He will direct your paths. So I was like, all right, we're gonna try honor Him in the drawing. We're gonna try honor Him. And try and honor Him in every degree. It's a little, might seem a little psycho, but I guess that's where the season we're at now. We're just gonna send it. Kind of fun at this point. We're just like, all right. At least we have some sort of a semblance of an end goal. Kind of a goal every day we can accomplish. Alright, let's do a stem. This looks like probably about what do you guys think? It's probably about a 48 millimeter. That's probably 50. What do you guys think? 50? 50 mil? What about these forks? These forks like 0 degree offset. Homie, you running the zeros? What is... Oh, this homie running the 0 degree offset forks, bro. Okay, so let's draw the bars. I want to draw like some flatline bars. I personally like the look of flatline bars. I just don't really run them because people think they're really weird, but honestly, if you look at Matt Hoffman, I actually think there is a reason why Matt Hoffman runs those bars that he runs. Because if you're airing out like freaking 50 feet up in the air, dude, I think the reason why he has those bars is because like I've seen so many people knock their teeth out and just hit their head on their crossbar. I think Matt Hoffman uses it because like it doesn't seem like that much. It gives you maybe about 3 inches of more clearance. But if you like coming down with all that force, maybe that 3 inches of clearance might, protect your head just a little bit more. I don't know, but I don't know. Matt Hoffman running those bars, I mean, probably there's something about it. I don't know. That's what I think. I don't know. Maybe he just likes them because they look cool, but I always kind of wanted to ask, like, why are you running those bars? Because those are like flatland bars. They're weird. He runs bars like that. Yeah, it's fun drawing bikes.
It's like, what kind of bike do I want? Welcome everybody to Bible BMX Adventures. This guy's gonna be running front and back brakes. The guy going full out. Tech 77 levers, gyro system. You're gonna be running 4 pegs. You're gonna be running the. I kind of want to do a big sprocket on this one. For some reason, this dude just wants to haul. He's gonna be running like, what is it? It looks like a 36, right? 36-9 gear ratio. That actually looks like a 42 sprocket right up in there. What if someone's running that gear ratio 40 tooth and then just 9 driver in the back? That'd be gnarly. Nar. Okay, let's see here. Darn, I can't. The wheels are the hardest part to draw, I think. They are the hardest part to draw. We need a new playlist up in here. This is a little weird. Oh, this song's not on copyright. Oh, this song's so good. It's such a good song. If you want. Stay far away from Stay far away from you. Ground the things we said, a lot that ran it through. Wasted premise rear. Thought that couldn't talk and passed it on. But if it's really all that simple for you to destroy me, and it looks to me like you are right where you want it to be, and it looks to me like it's not everything but it would be. So enjoy it till you're free. Is this the back brake? Yeah, that's the back brake. Front brake. Put some front brakes up on here. And I stay far away from you. I apologize. If everything's my fault, you're not to blame. For all your sacred time tries to have caused you so much pain. And it looks to me like you are right where you wanted to be. It looks to me like it's... The only reason I know this song is because it was in Road Fools. I forgot which Road Fools it was in. I gotta get this finished, brothers. Sisters, whoever's watching this thing, it's freaking take me forever. What other copyright-free music do we have? Man, it'd be cool if just everything wasn't copyrighted. Then I could just listen to normal music.
It's actually weird. I actually think I listen to more non-copyright music now than I even listen to copyrighted music. It's so funny. Alright, let's just bang this thing out, get it done. Let's put a cross on it. Little Easter egg. Gyro. Tech 77 lever. Actually, that one does kind of look like a Tech 77 lever. It's actually going to have a locking lever system. Shout out to the locking lever gang. You guys are out there. Dang, that one actually looks like a Tech 77. Dude, that's gnarly. Oh, that's straight hilarious. That's actually my best Tech 77 lever I've ever drawn right there. If there's anything I like about this drawing today, it's like, bro, that one right there, freaking aced that hole right there, man. Normally I try and draw them and I just fail at them. Got titanium bar ends. Let's see if we could do another Tech 77 lever. How's this one gonna go? A new song. This song I can't take anymore. Okay, right here. This is actually the new version of the sect fork. Just kidding. But it does look actually like the sect fork if you could see that part right there. Right there. there. That's how you distinguish the sect fork, is that little, it looks like a little, what's it called? I don't know. It just has this weird thing, this curve right there. It's actually very interesting that's it's a very distinguishable thing about that fork right there. Okay, let's draw the bottom tube. There's a gusset at the bottom, or is there a gusset at the bottom? I know most companies put a gusset at the bottom. Eventually, hopefully one day I'll have a titanium bike. This one's not a titanium one though. Dude, doesn't this sound like the Resident Evil save thing? Sounds like it to me. I think that's where he sampled this. Bro, I'm running out of time. Just trying to get this thing done. Let's see here. Okay, got the seat tube. I'm tired. Let's just finish it out. Put crosses up in this. This is the cross sprocket. Dude, that just added so many crosses to this piece. Holy snikes. Holy Toledo. Let's watch this believer up in here. We're gonna watch this believer. I think we could put the... No, I'm just gonna... No, I'll just keep watching this. You guys know that... You know.
Riding like BMX bikes, jumping curves and stuff. But I guess when I really started learning stuff was when that movie Ride came out. And then seeing like commercials and stuff of people doing tricks with bikes and stuff.
Man, my freaking finger hurts. Look at that thing.
My dad met Jeff Cotter.
Look at this is the freaking drawing callus, bro. Look at that thing. Holy moly. Thing hurts. Someone told me I should pop it, but I don't think it could pop it. It's just like a callus. I think most people have that thing, but I know when I start drawing a little bit, like, it starts hurting.
That's it pretty much. I see Eric Stefano and not a whole lot. You know, most of the time it's by myself. I always kept to myself pretty much, so I never really went out with too many people. There was no particular reason why I ride, except for like the fact that I like to ride, you know? And that's pretty much it. Just liking to ride and like spending time alone.
Oh, wheels are so hard to draw. That's the hardest part to draw on a bike. The wheels. I think you'd maybe see that, just the pedal just a little bit right there. Let's do the chain. Do another Easter egg to the only company that's hooked it up. Sometimes I ask God, out of all the companies, there's a lot of bike companies. This is the only company, like, I guess, I mean, in terms of like, because there are bike shops that have hooked me up. But in terms of an actual company, yeah, this is the only. And I guess I have had friends that rode for companies. They just gave me parts, but yeah, so this is a little Easter egg. Little Easter egg. If you were a BMX driver, you'd look into that. You'd be like, "What is that? No, wait, I know what that is." Only company that's hooked it up, man. Let's put a locking lever on here. Hook me up anyway. I gotta give him a little bit of some. What does exoneration mean? Not that word means. That's what the word. Exoneration. What does that word mean? Exoneration definition. Maybe that's not the word I should use. I guess glorify. I don't know. I just like that song. Oh, there's a cool song up in here. What is this? You know the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. You see, how did you know? Blessing, blessing. Oh, let your hand me mine. To Medellin, to the Mexican, to the Pisan. Oh man, I'm tired. What verse are we gonna put in? Let's just put in like. Oh, let your hand me mine. To Medellin. The Mexican, I kind of want to put multiple verses up in here. Let's see here. Maybe seek first the kingdom of God. What about Matthew 13:32? Matthew 13:32. He put another parable before them, saying the kingdom of heaven may be compared to a man who sowed good seed in his field. And then Luke 8:11. Yeah, let's do that one. Let's do that combo today. And see, that's what's really cool about doing these simple symbols. It's because you can add in a verse. You know, it's like, you know, you do like, you know, maybe you could do like a. I feel like what other verses could you add? I mean, maybe. You know, I think just that seed one's just such a big one. Like if you just you could just draw basically anything at this point, put in a little seed, boom, you could put in that verse right there. Like how hard is that to do, really? Man, there's a lot of commercials up in here, huh? He put another parable for them, saying the kingdom of heaven may be compared to a man who sowed good seed in his field. Oh, let your hand me man. The Medellin, the Mexican, you the Pisan. Oh, okay, dokie, let's write this in here. I'm going to turn this a little bit to the side because I do write on a little bit of Okay, Matthew 13:30. No, it's actually no. It's Matthew 13:24. Monkey Mold. Hey, what's up, dude? Thanks, man. Sometimes they don't really work out. I'm gonna be honest. There's some of them don't work out. Some of them do. But the thing is, like, the one thing that I try and do though is I try and have like a deadline, because I feel like, okay, so here's the thing, right? I when I do these drawings, I actually self-impose a deadline for me personally. So I just try and do it one sitting, just done, because I feel like, I don't know as I get older, if I just have like, I just can't focus on something. Like if I were to like try and work on this drawing tomorrow, what ends up happening is my hand like gets rusty, because some of these strokes, if I just like do it just right away, there's like this, it's like my hand's already warmed up, so I'm just kind of like, whereas like if I were to work on the same drawing tomorrow, I always feel like I'm just nitpicking it like this. I'm always just like tick, 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 and I'm just like tick, tick. Whereas like this one was like whoop, whoop, whoop. That makes any sense. That makes no sense at all. But let me put on another BMX video. What BMX video should we watch? RL Trick Team. RL Osborne, huh? Psycho version. Let's watch Psycho version. We might have already just watched it, but oh well. Watch it again. Now we're gonna write Matthew 13:24. I'm gonna turn it around. Matthew 13:24. Actually, I think I already just watched this. Here, let me take this one off. Let me put in Road Fools 8. Road Fools 8. Put this song back up on here. Okay, Matthew 13:24. He put another parable. Another parable before them. That dude said, "Praise Jehovah." Praise Jehovah. Doesn't Jehovah mean? I think Jehovah doesn't Jehovah Jireh mean the Lord provides or something like that? Or am I wrong? Before them, comma. Saying, comma. Or is Jehovah Jireh? Does that mean the Lord is my God? I thought there was one that meant like the Lord provides or something. The kingdom. The kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven may be compared yeah, my hand hurts. To a man who sowed good seed in his field. In his field. Wait, how do I spell field? F. Oh, I almost spelt it wrong. I'm so glad I looked at that. And then Luke 8:11. That's Matthew 13:24. And then we're gonna do Luke 8:11. Oh my goodness, my hand hurts. Come on, we're almost done. Oh fudge. Luke 8:11. Luke 8:11.
Let us honor her by carrying forward the torch of love, justice, and nonviolent social change to create the beloved community.
Luke 8:11. Now the parable is this: the seed is the word of God. What's this? The seed is the word of God. So this actually should be the most important part. Oh my goodness, man. Period. That was brutal, dude. For some reason, writing actually hurts my hand. It's so strange. It's so weird, right? I guess it's because I'm writing really small. But yeah, writing actually hurts my hand. It's weird. My drawing doesn't really hurt my hand. Maybe it does. I guess it's writing. Do you want to put a little another Easter egg up in here? I did have another little funny thing. Dude, I really like this song in this Roadfuls 8. Oddly enough, it was one of the first BMX videos, just because it was like this really old BMX video at the bike shop. I don't know, should I put that little thing in there? Maybe I shouldn't. I always just think it's a little funny. A little joke in here. I think the song's on copyright. Darn it. Little shnikes.
Watch live sports with no hidden fees or long-term contracts.
Actually, I think I drew that. Darn it. It's not on the thing. Fudge. Redo it. It's not on the plane correctly. I mean, I guess it could be right there. Screw it. I guess it could, yeah, it could be a little bit back in perspective.
what am I drawing? Oh well. I just made it so cringy. I feel like it just makes it a little bit more lighthearted. And then sometimes people think it's all gnarly, and then just like drawing something like that just kind of like maybe makes it a little bit more joyful. Because joy is one of the fruits of the Spirit, so. He has like, it's going to be like another like weird little thing, because I know like, I kind of wanted to draw like the Hobbit feet. Hobbits like mushrooms, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't do that. It's supposed to be a squirrel. So it doesn't really look like a squirrel, but because the funny thing is, the squirrels actually plant a lot of trees. We'll put a couple mushrooms in here. He has his own little seed. I wonder how many plants squirrels actually plant on a basis of. What if there was just like an annual basis of just the amount of trees squirrels plant? Okay, let's draw a little mushroom. Mushrooms are fun to draw, dude. I'm gonna draw some chainmail on this guy. Oh, I need to cover that, I forgot. Which actually, if you get into the lore of hobbits really, really like mushrooms.
Hey, who's excited to work around the clock and to wait?
The chainmail didn't really work out.
Is this okay? This one not on copyright. I just gotta check if something's on copyright. Alrighty, I guess I'll sign it. I want to do like a longer signature today. Generally don't do the longer signatures. There we go. We're done. Thanks, dude. This one was fun. It was kind of stressful a little bit, but in some parts it was a little stressful, but... Oh, man, my signature's not even. Fudge, I might want to redo that. It's like, it's actually lopsided. Oh, well. Darn, I kind of want to redo that. Oh well, it's okay. I guess we'll just keep it like that. Man, gnarly character today. Holy Toledo. We're at 53 minutes too, just before 6. Okay, so I guess we'll get some close-ups in here. What in the world was that? We got some thumbnail. Got like the budded staff. I really like the patches. The patches are fun to draw. Matthew 13:24. He put another parable before them, saying, "The kingdom of heaven may be compared to a man who sowed good seed in his field." Now the parable is this: the seed is the word of God. There's the Bible. Pretty fun. Oh yeah, I have to straighten it out on this thing, I forgot. Now I'm running out of time. Where's my other clipper thing? Oh, come on, where'd I put it? Oh no, we lost a clipper thing. It's in here. Okie dokie. That is the drawing we did today. I'm actually wondering how many plants squirrels do you actually plant? Have you heard that, or am I the only... I know I'm not the only one that's heard that, because I know some other people have thought about that as well. Oh, that's too close. I guess we'll have to do one more out. Basketball.
How many crosses do we have in here? Let's actually count the crosses. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 crosses in this piece. This dude's contending for goth status right here. I know goths wear a lot of crosses, but alrighty, everybody. Well, I'm out of here, and thank you anybody that tuned in for today's stream. These characters take a long time for me, so you know I like doing the characters, but then I also like doing the graffiti pieces, because the graffiti pieces kind of get me a little bit more like, I don't get burnt out, because I feel like if I were just to do the characters, I get burnt out. But you guys have a good one. Glory be to the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings. And you know what it be. Try your best and have fun. Team Elohim. Peace out, Funky Mold. Peace out, anybody out there. Good night, man. Try your best and have fun.